Ladies and gentlemen, cats and kittens, boys and girls, I'm Carbonor. Welcome to my channel. I apologize for my tardiness today. I do apologize. I had some things to do. And it got me behind. And then, of all things, see, my computer and my PlayStation, all my stuff, right, my setup is in my bedroom. I don't have it in my living room because I have cats. So I keep stuff like that back in my bedroom to be, away from them. And I keep my windows, the blinds in my windows in my living room raised up about halfway, because you got cats and they need sunlight. And rarely at night do I look out the windows because, it's dark out there and you can't see much. So I wasn't paying any attention throughout the night. And then, it's morning time now. So about an hour ago, I went into my kitchen and was shocked when I looked outside and saw that we had gotten 4 inches of snow. I was like, okay. I hadn't heard anything about that. So that was quite a shock. Wasn't expecting it. Was not expecting it. Do. Just getting my thumbnail put up here. Give me just a minute before we get started here. So yeah, it snowed pretty massively outside. I had some things that I had to do today, but apparently I will not be doing those things now. Which kind of sucks, but what can you do? If Mother Nature decides to drop, almost a half foot of snow on you, your plan's kind of going to go out the window. Like, well, I guess my plan for the day will be to sit on my ass at home and try not to get cold. Okay, thumbnail is saving. Let's move over here to my phone. Activate YouTube so I can keep up with the chat. Gained another subscriber today. I think I gained 3 yesterday. Because I'm up to 409, I see now. Oh, sorry. That's what I just said. Because I forgot to turn down my phone. Okay. I think we're all ready to roll now. I think we're good to go. As good to go as I ever get. Had a pretty cool Fortnite Fall Guys or Fall Guys Fortnite Friday earlier. About when Fridays at between 8 and we'll say about 11 p.m. somewhere around in there is when I do those. Had a pretty good night. I came close. I came second place twice on Fall Guys and twice on Fortnite. It was just a second place night all around for me, I guess. I guess. Still don't have quite an audience built up yet around those nights. Around the Friday night Fall Guys Fortnite event. But here's hoping that, here's hoping it'll land eventually. I see. We got a bunch of people starting off this morning. Heck yeah. Glad to have you here. And of course, Celeste Stars are still kicking ass. It's looking like we're gonna come out on this one. Metal fans, you've done me proud. Done me proud. So what are we going to do today? Well, the same thing we do every day, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Not really. You wouldn't want me in charge of the world. I would rule that bitch with an iron fist. I would be a generous and gracious God. But if you stepped out of line, there would be immediate and extreme punishment. Immediate and extreme. Because I'm a firm believer in teaching lessons. And to quote Jim Carrey from his very first stand-up special, well, I had to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have learned nothing. And sometimes that is the reality of life. Or, what about Bob, if you remember? Starring Bill Murray from back in the 90s. Death therapy, the final step. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Have I done anything? I think yeah. Let's switch back. I switched to Luna for the thumbnail, of course. And now we'll switch to her. We'll walk around as my girl for a bit. And we got some stuff to do over here. Something in the research. I think I know what it is. Y'all might be excited. Might be excited. I hope Ansel is here today. Because I did something he's going to be really proud of. I got rid of my extra... Dismantled all my extra modules.
What do you need?
Oh, look. Lepic and... Oh, cool. We got Ultimate Lepic now. And... Eugen is now on the way. So that leaves just Keelan and Ultimate Eugen. Keelan will be next because I'm closer to getting him done than I am Ultimate Eugen. So there's that. But yeah, getting all these guys has been here's the system that I've had for getting all these guys as quickly and easily as I have. I go do whatever mission it says to do for that part. You know, like for the amorphous material. I do it 3 times. I come back and I exchange the amorphous material or whatever it's called. And almost every time, just on those first 3 runs, I have gotten the materials I needed for almost all these guys. There's only been like a handful of times that I've had to do it a few more times than that. It's crazy. And you want to know why I'm getting them so easily? Because I don't want them. Because I don't care. If it was any of the girls, it would be taking me an eternity to get all these parts. Because it's the dudes that I don't give a shit about. It's just like, oh yeah, here you go, you can have those. As is the way. That's a cool outfit. Obviously from a Valentine, probably last year. Maybe they'll reoffer it this year, because I like that a lot. I could do without the purse. I'll be honest, I could do without the purse. But that could be a rockin' Luna outfit. A rockin' Luna outfit. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. My modules, look at that. I only have 1250 out of 2500. Huh? Oh my god. The TV started hollering at me now. I've cleared out my lost and found. Looks like she's trying to be a Dragon Ball Z character. An attempt at it anyway. So we did that. So we accomplished some stuff. Let's go to him so we can get that red dot gone. There's Ultimate Lepic. There he is.
Wanna feel it chill?
I got 3 people left and one of them's working. So really, I've only got 2 people left to get. And it's taken me, what? Just like 3 or 4 days to get them all. All the dudes. What are we doing? Oh, journal. Yes, journal. 4 inches of fucking snow. I mean, I did say earlier, I recall now that I think about it, during Fall Guys Fortnite Friday, I did notice on my laptop that it said, winter storm warning issued. And I was like, well, damn, is that for my area? And I woke up today and, yeah, it was for my area. 4 inches of fucking snow. It's crazy. We will go over here. Over here. So I suppose today we will continue what we've been doing. We will do our shit here, do that one, do our Sigmas for a little bit. Probably, I've got several more crystallization catalysts. I think I've got a total of 4 now, because we got one of them today on the login. So I will probably see if I can't finish off just completely Valby. I'll see if I can't finish. I've completed her. I kept on L. I kept name with L kept appearing in my brain, and I was like, "That's not her name. There's an L in it." But yes, we'll do our best to finish her shit today, and I guess we'll resume working on getting all the missions done. Or maybe we should do, maybe I should continue getting the dudes leveled up. What do we have buff-wise? All I have is an experience gain. Okay. What do we have over here? 30% for a day. We might activate that, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm gonna activate that. I hope the next login event they have gives us some fucking shit, instead of just nothing but fan tokens. So do we want to change into anybody? Yes. We're gonna do Nell. Ah, fucker. Taking a shine to Nell after I got this new outfit and gave her a sword. Kind of digging her a bit more than I did before. Of course, I made up my own headcanon about why only 3 of them have swords. I don't like it when it glitches out and shows the gun on my back. Don't like that.
There are ancestor drones which give off conversion energy and a container with unidentified arcade stored in this location. The enemy aims to artificially combine these two forces to cause an inversion overload explosion. They have also blocked off the entry path with the Order's malignant tumors. First, remove the tumor from the container to reveal the arcade stored inside. If I know the ancestors, they will have already identified the arcade's properties. Just before the explosion happens.
Sir says, good morning. You can take your new dudes to do the missions for mastery levels. Get some XP on them at the same time. The missions you gotta do are all pretty easy for the new guys. If you have found the drone
which has the correct arcade properties, I can adjust the output to cancel out the blast energy.
I could do that on normal, probably. Out of my way. Out of the way. You must be off again today. Kind of glad that I'm off today, otherwise I would have been out of work for snow. Because I don't know if you were listening earlier, we got 4 inches of snow during the course of the night while I've been sitting in my room doing, working on my shit. There's been snow falling outside. I was shocked when I went into my kitchen to make a cup of coffee.
The commander of the Order.
And looked out the window and said, why does it look white out there? I was like, oh shit! Get out of my way. I can't see. Thanks. You're all obscuring my vision, and it's upsetting me. Get off me. Look, back off, Gabriella. Back off. Shoot the gun!
Onward to battle.
Fuck your goddamn ice bullshit. Swear to God. Huh. Serp says, yeah, I've been here. Was eating. Was gonna comment that, oh, so you're late because you've been outside playing in the snow. Well, snow does bring out the kid in you. I think I am going to make some snow cream here in a bit. If you don't know what snow cream is, I will tell you what snow cream is.
container with unidentified
Snow cream
objects stored
is
in this location.
you take
The enemy
freshly
aims to
fallen
artificially
snow,
combine these two forces to cause an inversion overloading explosion.
obviously, and
Also blocked off the entry path with
you
the
put it in a bowl.
malignant tumors.
You add milk, a little bit of
First,
milk,
remove the tumor from
and
the
quite a
container to
bit
reveal
of
the
sugar,
RK stored inside.
and a drop or two of vanilla,
They will have already identified
and you
the
mix it
RK's
together,
properties.
and you
Just
make
before
snow
the
cream.
explosion happens,
It's basically like homemade ice cream without the
properties
churn.
and use
You don't have to use the churn that you typically use. Something my family have eaten
If you have found the drone which has the correct RK
my entire life.
I can adjust the output to cancel out the blast energy.
Just a nice little treat that you only ever make on it when it's freshly fallen snow, because of course you don't want shit that's something's walked in or some animals peed on or anything like that, obviously. But it's really good. I'm not quite as obsessed with it as some members of my family. Some members of my family, I would literally prefer it over ice cream, and I'm not that crazy. It's like, no, snow cream's good for a nice little, occasional seasonal fucking special treat, but give me fucking ice cream any goddamn day over snow cream. They actually, Mayfield's ice cream has a flavor called snow cream that does taste remarkably like what snow cream tastes like. They came out with that several years ago. My sister went fucking crazy for it. She loves snow cream much more than I do. Good job, Nell. You didn't even have to whip out your sword. Nell's my ninja. She got the ninja sword. Serp says, try to remember to scan the enemies. I try to, but I'm usually halfway through them before I'm like, oh yeah, I can scan them and do more damage. Bumblesnot. Bumblesnot. Okay. So let's switch to what I get. Where are you, red dot? There you are. And good morning, Ansel. Not even a hi, how you doing before he's already giving me shit. Ansel says, who's not scanning enemies? Our boy. It has been quite some time since somebody has called me boy. You and you guys, and that should be it. Oh, you'll be proud, Ansel. I want you to see something. What's it say down here in the bottom corner? What's it say down here? You just covered it by saying ahoy. Ahoy to you as well, sir. Look at that. What's that say down there in the corner? Look at that. Look, look, look. Look what I did. Look what I did. I dismantled all my extra modules. I cleaned out my lost and found. Now it's time to fill them all up again. Nice, including the number of copper millions. I got a couple million off of it. Ah, I did it again. We're gonna do some Harris. I really like her with the Farrah Fawcett hair. I think it looks good on her. So yeah, it was a good Fall Guys Fortnite Friday, I think. Good Fall Guys Fortnite Friday. I had a couple people in chat for one gentleman had recently lost his mother, and I thought I was quite sorry for him. I kind of wanted to play with him, but unfortunately, all he wanted to do was either 3-on-3 matches or 1-on-1 matches, and I was just like, no, I'm not gonna do 1-on-1. I did last week on Fall Guys. I did some 1-on-1 stuff with this girl who had shown up in chat a couple of times wanting to play, and I thought she wanted to play like, you know, like you regularly play Fall Guys. But no, she wanted to do 1-on-1 stuff and show me tricks and stuff. And I was like, okay. And I realized about halfway through it, I was like, this is not going to be entertaining for the people who are watching. Just two people fuck around in Fall Guys is not, I don't think that's why anybody's going to show up. So I had to make a rule. That I will not do 1-on-1s, 2-on-2s, or 3-on-3s for Fall Guys or Fortnite. That's just, I would not be entertained by that. And I've got to worry about everybody else that might be watching my stuff. Nothing personal out there to you. If you were the gentleman who showed up, or Rebecca, if you're watching, which I doubt you are, you do not seem like a First Descendant type of girl. Surf says, I did actually catch a few minutes of Fall Guys. Saw you get a little pissed about getting second. You just missed jumping off the raft. Yeah. I'm telling you what, dude. I'm telling you. There may be like little kids games, but they get you heated. That shit gets tense sometimes. Especially like, oh my God, there's nothing worse when you're playing Fall Guys than when people like for certain courses, certain events, certain races. It's not as much about racing from one end to the other as it is about surviving, right? Don't fall off this, you know, don't fall in the lava or don't fall in the slime, you know, shit like that. And some of those, there's nothing worse than when some asshole grabs a hold of you and uses you as a fucking shield so that you get hit by whatever it is first. Oh my God, that is so fucking infuriating. I will fucking scream about that. Be like, motherfucker. Serp says, oh yeah, the grabbing. And then there's some assholes that'll stay at the finish line and wait for people to come by just to stop them from being able to cross over the finish line. And you're like, you piece of shit. You piece of shit. So yeah, it's a little kid's game, but god damn does it'll get you fired up sometimes. Fortnite, you know, I'll get upset, especially if I make it to second place, and I know I like, you know, if I'd have had a better gun, I would have been able to beat the person or things like that. But I don't get anywhere near as heated for Fortnite as I do for fucking Fall Guys. And I fucking get locked in on Fortnite sometimes. I just love that game. I've been playing Fortnite now fairly consistently for like, I think it's about 5 years now. I think it's a fun game. You know? I think it's a fun game.
Descendant.
Oh shit.
The enemy has modified the Ancestor's weapon with Vulgus technology and are using it to emit inversion energy. It appears they are defending the gate with it. The weapon contains ancient arcade. The structure on the ground draws and releases this. Descendant, I will show you the properties of the arcade stored within the weapon. You can disconnect the energy link using your own arcade.
I like this gun. It's a pretty cool little gun. It's kind of similar to the perforator because the perforator's ability, when you hit somebody, it like the shrapnel comes off of the person that you hit and explodes the people around it. And this is kind of similar because you shoot somebody and then little buzz saws fly off of it that go and kill people standing next to them. Kind of cool. Serp says her first skill will build up your custom resource bar quickly to use your third and fourth skills. Yeah, the bottom on, yeah.
We must find a
Stop
device
it.
with the same arcade property. You need to attack that device from above to penetrate the inversion energy.
Oh, that poison. Oh, that didn't have any burst at all to it. All right. Back to Albion. The bigger the bar, the more the damage. Serp says the more custom resource, the more damage. I just wish you didn't have to aim that skill 4. I wish it just automatically targeted. Because I feel like I waste so much of it just trying to get honed in on the target. Alright. Let's switch to... Let's get rid of my guns. We want... Let's see, we're doing nose now, so... Luna! Calling you into action, hun. Serp says her skill 3 drains it, so the more you have, the longer it lasts, and you can keep refilling it with her. Oh, you can keep refilling it. I didn't realize that. I knew that's what the third one used to power it, but I didn't know that while it was active, you could keep filling it up. I did not realize that. You got your gun? You got your gun. Okay. Let's do this, Luna. Let's go whoop some ass. Certainly not dressed for the weather, eh, Luna? Yeah, you know. She's kind of ditzy sometimes. You tell her, hey, we're going to a snowy place, and she's like, yeah, okay, cool. And then you get there, and she's like, I didn't know I was going to have to be out in the cold. I thought it was just going to be snowing outside. I didn't know you wanted me to go outside. I don't need any of these things. And there was nothing for Ultimate Eugen. Right? Nope. And of course, Keelan shit is all on the ship. Good morning, Luca. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing all right. Did you get your account back yet? By the way, everybody, I just want to thank you all for yesterday's morning daily thingy. It was the second most viewed morning daily thingy so far. It was almost 210 viewers, and I'm quite tickled about that. So thank you guys for being here and for taking part. Lucas says, yeah, I'm doing good, and not yet. I have been busy with school. Cool. School is important. You know what this drum line reminds me of, and every time I play as her, it starts playing in my head. She's a Maniac from Flashdance back in the 80s. I don't know if anybody is familiar with that song. She's a maniac on the floor. she's dancing like she never danced before. This drum line is almost perfectly a match for it. I can hear the piano start every time I activate it on her. Oh, what? You blended into the rocks. Oh, wrong one. Wrong button. Hold on, guys. One of you motherfuckers is invisible. Because you're keeping me from being able to move and I can't shoot you. Yeah, one of you motherfuckers is invisible. I see your ass right there. With the blue thing. There you go. Fuck you, dude. And your glitchy camo bullshit. That's not cool when some of them don't load in right. You can feel them body blocking you. You're like, I'm trying to go this way, but something is stopping me and it's hitting me. Lucas said, how is the grind going for Ultimate Luna? Do you have built how you want her to be? And he says, yeah, I know that song. I do. I'm pretty much done building Luna. This is pretty much, I'm happy with her this way. I think most all of them, I'm happy with how I have them right now, except for of course Haley. I haven't done yet. I haven't really started building her at all. I took Sert's advice and took the red module off of Inez, and I'm liking her much better without that fucking oh, you fucking pieces of shit. I'm liking her much better without that flipping fucking thing that she does. You guys are gonna make me go all pop princess here. Says, okay, I'm about to go eat. I'm going back when I'm finished. Alright, man. Have yourself a good breakfast. We'll probably be here for a while. Another invisible bitch. Another invisible bitch. Why are you moving so goddamn slow? Get out from behind me, bitch! Oh, you invisible bitches. Go home, losers. You lost. I killed your bosses. Telling you, she's a maniac. Telling you. And sometimes I like how the stuff over here on the right hand bottom corner that scrolls up all the stuff that you're getting from the mission, you know. Sometimes the tempo of it matches the beat of her music. But just for a second, because it's just like a hair off, so it will only be in time with it for just a second, just like a few bars, and then it's off again. So is anybody out there, I know I mentioned it the other day, but I'm just curious if anybody else out there has seen the He-Man trailer, or if any of you are even interested in He-Man. Because I have to be honest, it's the first movie that I've kind of been excited about in a very long time. I am kind of excited, especially after seeing the trailer and seeing how faithful they're being to the cartoon. I'm kind of hopeful. Kinda hopeful. In a lot of ways, the same as hopeful as I was with the G.I. Joe movies. I mean, say what you will about the G.I. Joe movies, you know, you can say they were shit or not. Serp says, I saw it once, I'm not sure, I'm hopeful too. See, I know a lot of people on the right-wing side, a lot of drifter-type people who, I used to follow a lot of them until I was just like, you know, until I started to realize that they were drifters and all they do is profit off of negativity. And I know there's a lot of shit to be negative about, especially in pop culture right now, and a lot of shit that certain, you know, segments of the population are trying to shove down people's throats, whether they like it or not. I get all that. But I don't think that people need to make a biggest deal about the fact that his little nameplate on his desk said he, him. Because I'm pretty sure that what you're supposed to take away is that Adam is miserable on Earth. That he knows where he's really from, and he's miserable on Earth and having to put up with our bullshit. And that's probably why he has he, him on the nameplate and has nothing to do with some part of his character or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that's just part of being on Earth that he has to deal with and doesn't like. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, part of the reason why he longs to be back where he's supposed to be. And I totally understand, you know, why he would be on Earth, because if you know the lore of He-Man, then you know that his mother is from Earth. She was an astronaut that got somehow slung to the galaxy where Eternia is, and ended up falling in love with King Randor and marrying him and having Adam. So it's not far-fetched that she would be like, you know, this is the perfect place to hide my son who this evil sorcerer wants to kill. So I don't have a problem with that either. And it's going to be one of the times when a girl power type character, a Mary Sue, as it were, in Tila is kind of part of the lore as well, because she was constantly considering herself better than Adam in the cartoon. That was just who she was. Not because, you know, women are better than men type of bullshit, but just because that's who Tila was. She thought she was better than everybody else at you know, at combat. Whether she actually was or not. Not saying she wasn't a skilled warrior, she was. It was just done for different reasons. So yeah, I'm excited about it. When I saw Cringer standing behind him, I was like, oh, please don't suck. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. Nothing against the Dolph Lundgren Masters of the Universe. For the time that it was made, that was honestly the best they could do. You know, the 80s, some of the best movies ever made came out in the fucking 80s. But at the same time, they were extremely limited by what they could do with special effects. I mean, extremely limited, because everything had to be practical. At the time that the first He-Man came out, there wasn't really a whole lot of computer-generated graphics. You know, it was barely on the scene. They were still using, like I said, practical effects and blue screens. So to finally get to see fucking Cringer and Battle Cat. Oh my god. And I didn't see Orko. I would be totally okay if there's no Orko. I would absolutely be totally okay if they left out Orko. I fucking hated Orko. Fucking hated Orko. Orko was so goddamn useless, and everybody just pitied his stupid fucking worthless ass. Oh, that's okay, Orko. You fucked everything up again, but we fixed it for you. Ha ha ha! That was essentially any episode that featured fucking Orko. Oh, you fucked everything up, but we fixed it for you. Ha 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 ha! And that's how the episode would end. We know you're useless, but we still love you. Ha ha! Fucking hated Orko. Even as a kid, I always hated the characters that I may not have fully understood what they were, and growing up you realize, oh, that was the character that I was supposed to like. That was the character that kids were supposed to be like, oh, this is our essentially our avatar, and we're seeing things kind of through their eyes. You know what I'm saying? I hated those kind of characters as a kid. I hated them. I didn't understand them fully, and once I grew up and realized, I hated them even fucking more, because I was like, oh, that's why you wrote them stupid, because you assumed that because I'm a kid, I'm stupid. I see. Fuck you. Kids my age, when I grew up, kids my age were smarter than kids today. You know what I'm saying? We're far smarter than kids today, because kids today have all of the information in the world in the palm of their hand. But the problem is, it's not in their brain. It's in that little device, that little fucking plastic device that they carry around in their hand. When I was a kid, it was very different. If you wanted knowledge, you had to read stuff. You had to actually seek it out. You had to want to learn and know stuff. And say what you will, comic books were an amazing teacher. Comic books allowed people my age, my friends, our vocabularies were off the chains. The concepts of matter and time and space that we understood, because comic books at the time did not dumb shit down. You know what I'm saying? They didn't make it stupid. They didn't make it, like the MCU today, so that audiences can follow what the fuck is going on. That's not the way shit was when I was a kid. Shit was complicated and complex. And you had to be like, wait, what does this mean? And you had to be like, I want to know what this means. I want to know what this, I want to know what this method of scientific exploration or experimentation. I want to know a little more about this. Let me know. I want to know a little more about cloning. I want to know a little more about parallel dimensions. I want to know a little more about alternate universes. And it turns out that all that shit's true. Science now says, oh yeah, there's alternate dimensions. Oh yeah, totally. There's parallel universes. Yeah. There's alternate realities. Yeah. Science has said, yeah, all that shit's real. All this stuff that as a fucking 5-year-old I understood the concept of because of comic books. Not making things simple and easy for me to follow, but forcing me to actually figure it out and learn about it. Science eventually said, yeah, this stuff's real. And that's and nowadays, like I said, the kids today have all the information in the fucking world. Every song, every book, everything that has ever been fucking studied, they have access to on their phone, and they are dumb as bricks. Dumb as fucking bricks. Because they don't have to store anything in their own brain. It's just there in their hand. And that's a sad state of affairs. They have so much, and yet know how to utilize and use so little of it. I saw it firsthand because, growing up, my sister, she had my nephew. She got pregnant and had my nephew at a very young age while we were all still living at home. So, I had a 14-year difference on my nephew, but we lived in the same house, so I was more like his fucking brother than I was his nephew, really, his older brother. And he was such a smart kid, but he was so dumb. He was just so dumb about it. I'm not focusing on the game at the moment. I'm more focusing on talking, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. But he was so fucking smart, and at the same time, so goddamn dumb to the way the world works and the reality of things. Oh, it's just so sad to see people with so much and just take it for fucking granted. I mean, with the technology, just in a fucking cell phone, kids should be goddamn rocket scientists by the time they're in second fucking grade, and they can barely fucking read. It's, oh my god, it's such a sad state of affairs. All these advancements were supposed to help them be better, and all it's done is kept them from thinking. They just don't think anymore. They just don't use their goddamn brains. All these fucking advancements and technological things, the cell phones and stuff, are supposed to make life easier. But it doesn't make it easier. They just start ignoring things. They think everything's going to be taken care of by that magical device. And there's no reason for rational thinking. There's no reason for to actually consider things, to take the time. But, I'm just an old man screaming at the sky, talking about things were better when I was a kid. because they were. The simpler things are, the better they are. The more you add, the more advancements, the more bullshit, the worse things get. Because when you take away, when you get to the point to where the human race is now, where there is no struggle for life, there is no struggle to survive, there is no rite of passage to adulthood. You know, it's just everything's been done, and all you got to do is just live your life. Well, the problem with that is that people get fucking bored, and they start creating problems where there are no problems. They start imagining problems where there are no fucking problems because they have nothing better to fucking do with their time. And they feel guilty because of that. Because they have no purpose and they have no reason. They feel bad about it. And they suddenly think that every little thing that they see is some kind of major fucking end of the universe kind of situation that has to be dealt with and fixed. And it's like, no, calm down. Slow your roll. Okay? Slow your roll. I don't know. Again, just an old man screaming at the sky, talking about the way things used to be. Talking about the way things used to be. Like, I firmly believe that one of the best things that could happen to the human race is that tomorrow the internet just went away forever. I think there would be nothing better for the human race. You know, now it'd suck ass for, you know, people like me that are trying to, you know, have a streaming career. Or the people who already have established streaming careers. But for the overall good of mankind, the elimination of the internet would be the absolute best thing for it. Because yes, it has allowed us untold access to so much. But the problem is it has also allowed those elements of society that we didn't necessarily shun, but we made it quite clear, you need to shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily in a mean way or anything like that, but it was just understood that you're an idiot and what you believe is stupid, and you know that, and everyone around you believes that. It has allowed those people, like, say, the flat earthers, to find other people that believe like them and only strengthen their beliefs within their own group. When it's you're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid if you believe the earth is flat. You know? You're fucking stupid if you believe the earth is flat. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no great conspiracy that everybody decided, hey, we're going to tell everybody the earth is round for some goddamn reason. That the last reason that I heard was the reason that we did it was all these governments got together to protect Britain because Australia isn't a real place. Anyone you've ever met from Australia is actually a paid actor meant to perpetrate the scam. Because what Britain actually did all those years ago when they supposedly, quote unquote, took their prisoners to Australia and left them, they actually killed them. And all of these governments in the world knew about it, but they all conspired together to protect Britain from letting this secret get out. That's one of the theories. That's one of the legitimate theories behind why the earth is actually flat and they've told everybody it's round. Is that not the stupidest goddamn bullshit you've ever heard in your motherfucking life? Is that not absolutely retarded? So all of these countries, most of which hated Britain, decided to help protect Britain for some unknown reason. And it is something that we we continue to this day. For what reason? What kind of world power or economic strength does any country get by telling people that the world is actually round when it's actually flat? What benefit in modern society, if we're to assume that all this is true, that this is the reason that this hoax has continued on, is to protect Britain from the embarrassment of having killed all these fucking prisoners. For one thing, who gives a fuck? They were prisoners. They're lucky. Every prisoner is lucky that we don't just fucking execute them straight out the fucking courthouse. Straight up. Every one of you that commits a crime out there that doesn't get killed, you should thank your fucking lucky stars that we don't just execute you for breaking the law to begin with. To begin with. Just start that right off the bat. So you know, it makes no fucking sense. But people believe that. People believe that with their entire being. They believe that. Oh yeah, the earth is flat. Why do you say that? Because I've seen the evidence. Oh really? Is it any of the evidence that they've tried to prove and then ended up disproving their own theory? Any of that evidence that you care about? Or are you talking about that other evidence? That other magical evidence? I don't know why I got on a tangent about flat earthers, but here we are. It's just, you know, an indicator of what the internet has done to society as a whole. It was supposed to make us better. It was supposed to make us smarter. And instead, it made us stupider. And not just stupider, brazen about it. Bold and proudly fucking stupid. To the point that where you could show them all the evidence in the goddamn world. You could take them up in a spaceship and do a full orbit around the goddamn Earth, and they would still come back and be like, yeah, the Earth's still flat. That's how goddamn bullheaded and confident they are in their own stupidity. That even with all the evidence in the world, they're still like, yeah, I still think it's flat. Well, you're an idiot. You're an idiot and you shouldn't be part of the gene pool. You know, I mean, there it is. There it is. You're an idiot. You shouldn't be allowed to breathe. We should sterilize you right now because you're too stupid to even exist. And that's what the internet has done. The internet has allowed those kind of people to gang together. That's my little tangent for the day. It's truly amazing sometimes how easily it is to convince people of stupid shit. How easy it is to get some people to like, I don't know. I don't. I'm dancing really close to the edge of politics here, and I'm trying not to. But you know, as I've said before, in this day and age, it is almost impossible to talk about any fucking thing that hasn't been absolutely infused and laced with fucking politics. Literally every aspect of your life now boils down to politics and which side of the aisle you're on, to the point to where if your favorite shows can easily determine what side of the aisle you're on. Oh, you like this show? Well, you must be that. Oh, you like this music? Well, you must be that. Oh, you like that movie? Well, you must be that. And I mean, when you get to that point, you can't avoid talking about politics anymore, because it's been made to be directly tied to every aspect of our lives. As much as what brand of soup do you buy? What brand of potato chips do you buy? What brand of car do you buy? Is all so fucking political now. How you can't escape it. It was never meant to be like that. Politics and religion were always supposed to be those things that you could discuss with your friends, but it was never something that you wore like a badge. You know, it was never something that was like, I mean, I've said it before. When I was in high school, I'm gonna say it right now. I don't care to say it, and I don't care if you like it. I don't care if I don't care if it changes your opinion of me. I don't give a shit. But I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. Straight the fuck up. That's what I am. If that tarnishes your opinion of me based on on the experiences that you've seen me at, the interactions that you've had with me on these videos, if just knowing that is enough to where you're like, well, I can't watch him anymore. I can't chat with him anymore. I can't play with him anymore. Then go fuck yourself. Then go fuck yourself. Then you're the one who is making that judgment, not me. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't care how you believe. I don't care what your political opinions are. It does not change my opinion of you as a person until you start changing your opinion of me as a person, because I don't believe 100% the way you do. And in high school, I've always been, like my entire life, I've been a conservative Republican. My entire life, since I understood what the concept of those things were, that's what I have been. And in high school, 95% of my friends were hippies, left-wingers, progressives, you know, completely the opposite of who I was. And they knew who I was, and I knew who they were. And nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck. You could be friends with people that you did not ideologically share every idea with, because that wasn't every aspect of your life. You know, an election could be going on, and you could have your discussion with your friends who were going to vote a different way, or who were going to support somebody completely different. You can be like, yeah, and this and that, and they'd be like, yeah, and this and that, and you'd be like, hey, that's cool. Hey, are we gonna go get drunk tonight? Oh, of course we are. And that was the way it was when I was a kid. You'd be like, I don't like this guy. I don't like this politician because he's doing this and this. Well, I do like this politician because he's doing this and this. That's great. Are we gonna get a 20 bag later? Of course we are. That's the way it was when I was a kid. And people have been so infantilized that, and essentially nobody is a grown-up anymore. They're just adult children. And they throw their tantrums and put their fingers in their ears and go, la 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 la, I'm not paying attention, when they are confronted with anything that does not mirror perfectly their viewpoint of how life should be. And that is not adulthood, kids. That is not rational human beings. That is emotional, knee-jerk, childlike, infantile responses to things that upset you. Yeah. I don't know. As I've said before, I never know what I'm going to talk about until I just start streaming, and then shit just starts coming out of my mouth. It all depends. All depends on what I was watching. It all depends on my energy level and whether or not I've had a big ass cup of Deathwish coffee. You know, and I hate the idea. I hate the idea that I'm not allowed to say what I want to say. I'm not allowed to say what I want to believe because of fear that a bunch of people are gonna start shit with me and try to fucking erase my career and my attempts at having a YouTube channel. They're gonna go back through my history and find anything that could be remotely misconstrued as something offensive and then report it to somebody and then them cackle like little fucking witches and goblins. And look, we destroyed another one's life because he believes differently than us. Aren't we so righteous? Aren't we so pure? Aren't we so true? Aren't we committed to the cult? Short of wishing death on somebody, I don't believe there's anything that you shouldn't be allowed to fucking say. On either side, on any issue. That's what freedom of speech is. You should be allowed to say whatever the fuck you want as long as you're not directly inciting someone to fucking violence. There should be no repercussions. What I used to say when I was a kid, and like, you know, because there's always been people that try to get shit banned. Like for instance, when I was a kid, the show called Married with Children. There's a bunch of stupid fucking mom groups that were constantly trying to get that show taken off the air. And it was like, hey, motherfuckers, if you don't like the show, don't watch it. Turn the goddamn channel. You don't have to watch it. But don't think that you should be able to deprive me of watching it because you don't fucking like it. You don't have to. Nobody is going to force you to watch the show. And likewise, nobody should force me not to watch it. And it's that simple. If you don't like something that somebody says on a YouTube channel, or on a video, or in a movie, or in an interview with somebody, you don't have to immediately be like, well, I have to destroy this person now. No, you don't. No, you don't have to destroy them. Just don't watch their shit. That's all you gotta do. You're not being the good guy. When you think, oh, I don't like the way this guy thinks, so I'm going to destroy his life. You're not being the good person. You're not. Because your idea of what is Hitler and what is fascist and what is Nazi is not what those things actually are. You have no fucking clue what those things are. But those are the most evil things that your mind knows of. So that's immediately what you associate everything you disagree with as being. And that completely undermines the weight of those words and what they mean. When somebody says, hey, I believe we should enforce the law, and the first words out of your mouth, well, you're a fascist, you are completely delegitimizing the word fascist. You have no concept of what the word fascist means. You have no concept of what the word Nazi means. If you think that forcing people to obey the goddamn law is Nazi, is fascist. You have no concept of what those words mean. If you say, oh, we live in a police state because cops are actually enforcing the law, you have no idea what a police state is. Go over to Iran right now. Go over to Iran right now, where about 40,000 fucking protesters have already been executed. Go over to Iran right now and tell them about the problems that you have with America. And see if they don't think maybe you don't have it quite as bad as you think you do. Go over to Africa right now and try to be a white Christian farmer. Go do that right now, and then tell me how bad you have it here in America. Go ahead, I'll wait. Go over to, just like Start said, just right then. Go over to Britain right now. Go over to Britain right now and ask somebody over there about free speech. Tell them about how your free speech is being violated in America over in Britain. Go ahead and go do that right now. We'll wait. I'll stay online for the whole time that you get in a plane, fly the fuck over there and realize, wow, I got it pretty goddamn good in America. Go over and try to live in one of these third world fucking shitholes that you get so mad when people call a shithole. They don't have running water. They don't have air conditioning. They have no infrastructure of any kind. There's diseases running rampant every fucking where. You don't get to go down the street and get your fucking daily fucking Starbucks coffee for $20 fucking for 14 ounces of a drink. You don't get that in those places. And then come back and tell me how bad it is in America. Tell me what a horrible place it is living under capitalism. Tell me how awful it is to be able to go to McDonald's at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning and get a fucking quarter pounder. Tell me how awful it is to go to a fucking grocery store and have literally a mile of goddamn food of every fucking kind and sort. So much fucking food that you can't even decide what you fucking want. Go tell me how bad America is. Go ahead. Sorry guys, I'm getting caught heated here. I'm missing all your chats here. Serp says, to be honest, it doesn't matter which side you stand. They don't care about any of us. Politicians are career criminals. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Now, especially here in America, the notion, our founding fathers, they would have shot you in the head if you had even mentioned the idea, the notion of something like called a career politician. Somebody whose entire life is just going from one political fucking appointee to the next. Oh, I'm gonna be an assistant DA, and then I'm gonna run for assistant mayor, and then I'm gonna run for mayor, and then I'm gonna run for assistant governor, and then I'm gonna run for governor, and then I'm gonna run for Senate, and then I'm gonna run for Congress, and then I'm finally gonna run for president. Our founding fathers would have blown their goddamn heads off for even attempting to suggest that should be a fucking job as a career politician. The purpose of our government and how you were supposed to operate in our government was, you are a normal motherfucking dude, you get an idea, you say, hey, I think we should do this, you run for office, you work towards getting that done, you get it fucking done, you end your terms, and you go back to your normal fucking life. That is the way politics is supposed to be done, as set up by our founding fathers in this country. And of course it has been perverted by lazy-ass, piece of shit, smarmy, untrustworthy, used car salesman motherfuckers that have decided to make this their goddamn job, is to take your money and pretend they're doing something good with it for their entire quote-unquote career and never actually accomplish a goddamn thing, but get rich. Promising all the world to you and never once fucking delivering it. Never once fucking delivering it. Because if they deliver it, what are they going to run on next time? What are they going to promise you next time to get your vote and to get your money? And then, let's see here. Serp says, not here in the UK, we have some free speech issues going on. Yes, I'm aware of what your free speech issues are. There's a lot of people in our media that try to hide the free speech issues that you guys have going on over there. But those of us in the know are well aware of what's going on. Zen says, First World 2, people getting arrested in UK for mean social media posts. Yeah. For hurting people's feelings online, you can get arrested in Britain right now. Is that not fucking crazy? Is that not fucking crazy? And Ansel says, who are voting for them? Martians? I don't... What are you talking... What? Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting time to be alive for sure. Because we get to be alive as we watch the first world crumble. As we watch Western civilization be destroyed from within by suicidally empathetic people. People so ashamed of the things that they have that they're willing to absolutely let their own societies crumble so they don't feel bad anymore. It's absolute insanity. Oh, it's not fair that we have so much in this country, so let's bring all these people over here. We'll give them all our tax money. It'll drive up all our home rates. Nobody will be able to have a home, and then we'll all be broke, and everybody will be happy then. That's the ultimate goal of socialism right there. Everybody always thinks that under socialism, everybody's going to be a millionaire. No. That's not the way socialism works. It is the lowest common denominator, always. So, we're not all going to be millionaires. We're all going to be fucking dirt goddamn poor. We will all have the same level of care, and you know what? You know why it'll be cheap? Because when you have billions of people in the world, you can't afford to give everybody 5-star fucking healthcare. You can't afford that. What you can afford is to get everybody a Band-Aid for their fucking missing arm. Oh, your arm got cut off? Well, here's a Band-Aid. Oh, your finger got cut? Well, here's a Band-Aid. That's socialism. Everybody talks about how great Canada's healthcare system is. Oh, really? Is it great? Okay. Yeah, because it's awesome to be on a waiting list for a fucking year when you need immediate fucking surgery. Yeah. But it's free. Yeah. You ever heard the saying, you get what you pay for? God, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to go down this road, but I can't stop myself now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I don't, as I've said before, I don't, see, I don't want my channel to turn in, I don't want it to be political, because not everything should be fucking political, but like I said, when everything has become so tightly entwined with politics, there's no way to avoid it. There's no fucking way. It's so hard, Ansel. Ansel says, then don't. It's so hard, Ansel. Like I was trying to talk about the He-Man thing earlier. And what's got so many people riled up on my side of the political aisle is that little placard on his desk that says Adam, he, him. And in order for me to talk about that, it's laced with politics. You know, it's laced with politics. Yeah, Sir says this started from He-Man. Yeah, I didn't mean to go down this road, but I was just trying to talk about a trailer that I was excited about seeing, and then you know, and then you ask, well, there's a lot of people that are unhappy about it, and the next part of the conversation is, why are they unhappy about it? Well, because of this one thing. Well, why is that upsetting them? And then you're immediately knee deep in fucking politics. You're knee deep in fucking politics. Literally, everything that you want to discuss, everything that you could discuss, is literally 2 steps from politics. Ansel says, I saw that scene as he lives in woke reality and then breaks away. I mean, largely that's the way I saw it too. I mean, I completely saw it, and I said to myself, this is part of the Earth life that he fucking hates, and he wants to go back to where he's from. I said, you know, so I'm not judging the whole trailer or the movie based on the fact that he's got a plaque on his desk that says he, him, because that's very much part of the bullshit of modern day Earth life that would be making him miserable and long for his home. So I was not pissed off about that. I did not see that and go, oh shit, this movie's woke, because I could figure it out in my own brain, probably more than likely what it meant. But there's a whole lot of people out there that can't. You know, I don't know. It's just hard. Serp says, I don't want to be let down, so if I keep my expectations low, I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised. Yeah, that's really all you can do. Ansel says, let them be. They must not have bigger issues. Good for them. Yeah, Serp, that's my attitude towards it too. Is I'm gonna wait. I'd never care about spoilers. I'm one of those people that I knew the entire twist of The Sixth Sense before I went in and saw it, and I actually kind of appreciated it, because knowing the twist of that movie, I was able to watch how they executed it and tricked people into not realizing it. So I don't worry about spoilers. I don't worry about shit getting spoiled. So usually, if there's a movie that I'm excited about, I will watch a few reviews and see, you know, make my determination over whether or not I want to see it after that. Like, you know, I don't listen to, like I said, I don't follow because I started to see them for what they really were, and that they were negativity grifters, and that's all they do is talk about how bad shit is, and also give me money and agree with me, because if you don't agree with me, then I'm going to ostracize you and I'm going to treat you like shit and laugh at you, and I got sick and tired of that shit. So I find people now that are fairly middle road, you know, common sense type people that, like, for instance, a lot of people claim that this person I'm about to mention is right wing. A lot of people claim that he is, you know, all the bad things about the right side. And this person is Asmongold. And let me tell you something right now. Asmongold is as middle of the fucking road as you can goddamn get. But because the left wing has gone so far left, it has put him more to the right. Yeah, if you understand what I'm saying. Asmongold is so fucking plain common sense. This makes sense. This is just obvious. And yet people portray him as being this alt-right Nazi type person, where when his views 15 years ago would have been considered just about left wing. Zen says because of Hassan. Exactly, yeah, because of Hassan. Because Hassan is so astronomically far fucking left that anything to the right of him is all fucking right. Asmon just farms drama viewership. No, he don't, dude. No, he don't. He doesn't. He really doesn't. Asmon talks about things that are important, and you may scoff at that, but Asmongold is one of the only people that I've seen covering any of the shit that's going on in Iran right now. There are so many streamers trying to blow smoke up people's ass about and supporting the regime over there, and Asmongold is one of the only people who's been showing the voice of the people who are actually protesting. And you can go look at his fucking shit. You can go look on his channel and go back and look through it right now. He's one of the only motherfuckers out there talking about the Iranians and what they're going through right now. He's not a farmer. He talks about things that interest him and that interest other people. Important topics, events of the day, shit that's happening in politics. It's just people paint him in such a way that they're just like, oh, he's just this, and he's not. He's not. I've been watching him for about 2 years now, and there's all kinds of shit. There's all kinds of shit that he says that makes me turn off the video and be like, nope, I can't watch this anymore. I can't listen to you say this, dude. There's all kinds of shit that he fucking says that I totally do not agree with. But there's so much that is just common sense, basic stuff that he says that is considered to be just absolutely evil right now. And it's not, you know. Wanting people to obey the law is not evil. Wanting people to recognize the sovereignty of certain nations and their ability to make their own decisions is not evil. Wanting people to respect our culture and our way of life and not come over here and try to instill or install their own versions of the country that they just escaped from is not evil. It is not evil to expect people that come over here to America to assimilate and to adopt our culture. That's not evil. Yet, it is considered so. Why? I have no goddamn idea. It's like if you went to somebody's house and they said, hey, these are the rules of staying in my house. You know, if you don't follow these, then I'm going to have to ask you not to be here. You don't be like, you fucking fascist, I'm going to burn your house down now. That's not the way you respond to that. You say, oh, well, I thank you for letting me stay here, and I will do my best to follow those rules. That's what you do. But that's considered evil right now. That's considered wrong. You've got, you know, billions of dollars in fraud happening in certain states right now, and people are fighting tooth and nail to keep it from being uncovered. Because why? Because the people who are responsible for those crimes have a darker tone of skin than other people. So we're not allowed to say, hey, they're stealing money from us. Shh, 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 shh. They're darker than you. You're not allowed to say anything. Oh, I wasn't aware of that rule. Nobody told me that rule. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Because $9 billion in fraud is a lot of money. You know, and I just thought maybe that would override what color their skin was. But I guess not. I guess not. Ho hum. I actually have considered starting a second channel to like cover politics. And the only reason I haven't done that is because it's so much work. it's so much work. Clipping articles and fucking so much work. Because, you know, it's no bullshit. I've said before that politics is like my sports. I have literally been following politics since my earliest memories. You know, I've said it before. When I was fucking 5 years old, I would hang out with the old women that lived in my neighborhood. We would drink coffee and eat Fig Newtons and read the newspaper. And at 5 years old, I would not just read the newspaper. I would worry about the things that were in it. I would worry about politics. I would worry about, you know, I would worry about that shit. Shit that no 5-year-old should be aware of. I was vastly aware of. I was, you know, I'm not trying to brag, and I'm not trying to be, you know,
our soldiers have suffered extensive casualties while holding on
like that. But as a child, and even still, I am exceptionally intelligent. You know, I mean, I could have skipped grades in school. I could have done so much, but I don't know. I was just always way more adult than most of the kids that I fucking grew up with. So, you know, so the idea of creating a political channel isn't that far-fetched for me. Isn't that far-fetched for me. And you know, again, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative, but at the same time, I don't give a shit who's in charge of the government. I don't trust the government. Even when my people are in charge of it, I still don't fucking trust it. I'm not that stupid to believe that, oh, my politicians are the good ones. I mean, in a lot of ways, I believe they are, simply because they you know, they support laws. My side tends to be more along the, hey, these are laws that are on the book, maybe we should, you know, enforce them, you know. But that doesn't mean that every time Trump does something that I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. He does lots of shit that I'm like, I don't like that at all. And there is a bunch of shit right now that I have sworn, if this shit doesn't happen, I'll never vote for a Republican again for the rest of my life. I will vote as far left-wing as I possibly can just to punish my own fucking party. I'm fully on board with doing that. I believe the Britons did that, something along those lines in their last election, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't you, sir? Didn't the Labour Party, didn't the voters screw over the Labour Party because they, or not the Labour, I get confused, because you have a right and left wing, but they seem to be called different things than we in America would consider. You know what I'm saying? And I get confused sometimes. Your Labour Party is the left wing. Is that not correct, sir? Yeah, okay, yeah. But so it was the other party that the voters decided to fuck over because they weren't strong enough, or they didn't do something that they had promised to do. They pussyfooted around, so y'all decided to screw them over, and that's how Starmer became the prime minister. Am I right? And essentially, yeah. Serp says we have more than two parties. Technically, America does too, but but anything other than Republican and Democrat is such a small percentage that they're just a waste of time. Serp says, yeah, essentially, yeah. See, so that's basically what's going on over here right now. Is there's a whole lot of people on the right wing that are very disappointed with a lot of shit. And a lot of it started with the Epstein files. When Trump started fucking with us with the Epstein files and suddenly saying, I never said that I was going to release them, it's like, motherfucker, you better not. You better goddamn not. So that started a lot of people over here on the right-wing side, on the MAGA side, being like, you better put some people in jail, motherfucker, or we're not voting for you. And that's where a lot of shit with Trump is right now. A lot of people on the right wing don't want to believe that, but there's a whole lot of people out there like me that are like, if there aren't some serious high up motherfuckers in prison by the midterms, then we're not winning. We're not winning. It's that simple. There will be enough independents and enough people on the Republican side who simply will not fucking vote for him or anybody he supports if he doesn't put some fucking people in jail over the Epstein files. That's where it started. That's where the crack started, because it wasn't just the fact that he was like, saying, oh, why, this isn't, I never said that. Well, I never promised that. It wasn't that. It was the response that he gave to us for wanting those. That was the issue. The way he said that we weren't really Republicans and we weren't really MAGA and we didn't really care about our country if we gave a fuck about the Epstein files. It's like, dude, this is one of the biggest stories in mankind. The fact that a fucking large portion of every world government is part of a fucking pedophile ring, potentially part of a pedophile ring, is the biggest story in man's history. In history. And the fact that people are pretending and playing with this and trying to cover it up and protect people. Oh my God, dude. No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You don't get to do that. You don't get to say that. You don't get to be like, why are you people obsessed with this? Why? Because the majority of the people who run our fucking lives might be part of a global fucking pedophile conspiracy. That's why. That's fucking why. I don't give a shit about fucking Israel. I don't give a shit about our economy. I give a fuck about the fact that the rulers of the goddamn world may be part of a fucking global pedophile conspiracy. There is nothing more important than that. There is nothing bigger than that. That is enormous. So that's where there's a lot of cracks in the MAGA armor right now. Now there's a lot of shit that he's doing that that us on the right wing are all about. We're all happy with, the enforcement of the law, laws that are on the books and have been on the books for decades and decades and decades, just laws that people have ignored. But that doesn't mean that just because those laws were ignored that they aren't still there and they aren't still enforceable. But yeah, it's like, That's a big deal.
This is your grave.
See, Ansel says, elected felon will not leave Abrevor Tro? I don't understand what that is. Of power by own will. Except he did, Ansel. He did. He did. He did leave office. Did he say it was stolen? Yeah, he did say it was stolen, and it was stolen. And he still left office. There was 4 whole years that he wasn't president. When he could have, you know, I mean, you know, he could have said this election was stolen and I'm not leaving office. I'm declaring martial law, and there wouldn't have been shit anybody could have done about it. And that's just the way it would have been. But that's not what he did. He said, yes, this election is stolen, and I'm gonna investigate, and I'm gonna seek legal means to fix this, just as politicians have done. As long as there have been politicians that didn't agree that they lost and decided to take it to court or to challenge it in the court of public affairs, you know. But for some reason, he did it, and it's the worst thing that ever happened in the world. You know what I'm saying? Trump just hung a picture of a mass murder, including 650 children, on his White House wall. And that would be who? And that, who? What picture did he hang on his wall? You know about trick to return money first time and then ask for more with intention not to return? What? Yeah, this is where I'm going. This is what I'm doing. I don't know what picture you're referring to. Putin, according to UNICEF data, has killed 650 children in Ukraine since 2022. I really couldn't care less. It's a war. Kids are going to die. That's a horrible thing to say, but that's the reality of war, is that innocent people get killed. So I'm not concerned with that. If anytime anybody goes to war, there's going to be children die. So that's just a statistic that is irrelevant. It's unimportant.
Conditions are unfavorable. Proceed with caution. Over.
This is HQ. Enemy reinforcements incoming.
Putin started and continues the war. That's true. He did. He did. He absolutely did. And do you know why he started the war in Ukraine? Because there's a shitload of people in Ukraine that don't want to be Ukrainian. They want to be Russian. And they want to hold votes on going back to Russia. And the Ukrainian government said, no, no, no. We're not going to let you do that. And Russia said, we're going to go in and get our people and our land back. And the Ukraine said, we're going to stop you. And the Ukraine realized that they had pea shooters. And Russia had quite a bit more than pea shooters. And since the Democrats had painted Russia once again as the worst thing in the world, because they had to tie Trump to something truly evil, they decided to go all in on this little war, because also that gives them all kinds of money from the military contractors as well. Because let me tell you something right now, Democrats might say they don't love a war, but by God, they love a war as much as a rhino does. So they continue this going. And we give billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine and all kinds of weapons and all kinds of shit and all kinds of support. And all that money, or a large portion of it, gets funneled back to the Democrat Party. I couldn't care less about Ukraine. Personally, I would like Russia to wipe it off the face of the planet. Personally, that's my opinion on Ukraine. The Ukraine is nothing but a bunch of Nazis. They are legitimate fucking Nazis. The Ukrainian government have suspended elections since this war started. And you know why? Because there's a large portion of the Ukrainians that want this war to end. But the people in charge don't. So they won't let them hold elections. Zelensky is acting like more of a fascist now than either Trump or Putin, because he won't let the voice of his people be heard. So no, I don't give a shit about Ukraine.
Wide range
And
shaping charge drop complete.
I don't necessarily see Russians as good guys, but I see that they have a valid issue and a valid point for the beginning of the war.
Then activate
I don't,
remote detonation
you know,
device.
I don't, every country is going to act in its own interests. And that's all Russia is doing right now, is they're acting in their own interests. See, I grew up, I don't know how old you are, Ansel, and it doesn't really matter. But I grew up in the 80s, when the biggest enemy in the face of the planet was Russia. When everybody hated Russia, the Cold War, all that stuff. You're 50 plus. Well, then you remember this too. And Russia was not. Russia, I've always looked at Russia as your older brother. You don't like your older brother. You think your older brother's mean. You know, he gives you wedgies and he gives you noogies, and he's a fucking dickhead to you, and he lies to your mom and dad about you. But if push come to shove, your older brother is going to be there to help you against somebody that's worse than. I've always looked at Russia. Russia are like the Klingons in Star Trek. Yes, they're brutal. Yes, they're warlike. Yes, they're aggressive and angry. But there are worse things than them. So I don't see them as the good guys. I see them as people who are going to act in their own interests. And as sovereign nations, they have a right to govern themselves as they choose to. You know? And Ukraine, fuck Ukraine. Let's see, Ansel says, you see Russians as good guys. He's 50 plus. I lived under Russian foot. Don't tell me about Russia. I lived 18 years in the Soviet Union. Do Americans still believe that half of USSR, 145 million, is still the same USSR, 290 million? What? I don't understand the question. But no. mean, in the same token, there are many people out there that believe that the U.S. are bad guys, and that Russian Federation is 145 million. Right. However, you see them as same strong as USSR. I mean, is this a distinction like different political parties that you're saying? Because I mean, I don't see how it's relevant, because Russia is Russia. World War II initiator without repentance continues wars, 1939 to 1941. Soviets and Nazi collaborated in defending Europe. Started dividing Europe, started in Poland. After World War II, Western Germans had repentance. The Soviets never had repentance and got rewarded with UN veto. Any politicians who thinks they are entitled to rule over people is a power-hungry piece of shit bad guy. Well, that's every politician that exists. Because every politician that exists thinks that they have the right to rule over people. That somehow they are better equipped, better established, better, more knowledgeable, or just chosen by God in some cases. So that's every politician that's ever lived. Because it's as much the same way in the celebrities. Just the very fact that you want to do this means that there's probably some heavy narcissism in your blood somewhere. Am I doing this private? I suddenly realize there's nobody else out here. That was not intentional. I didn't mean to do that, but it sort of happened. If I can get rid of that goddamn ball. Oh, almost got it. There we go. Now you're fucked. Now you're fucked. Hold on a minute. As I said, I just realized I'm by myself in this, so let me finish this off and then I'll get back to the messages. Yeah, I just did that by myself with Valby. Huh.
Awaiting transfer to transport position.
That's pretty sweet. Okay, let's see. Zen says we should elect people who have proven to have level heads and doesn't want to be in politics. I agree. There should be thorough fucking mental tests, fucking rigorous physical tests. I mean, straight the fuck up. Why you skip people voted for them part? What part? What are you talking? What part did I skip? Moldova, 1992. Chechnya, 1995. Chechnya, 1999. Georgia, 2008. Ukraine, 2014. Syria, 2016. Ukraine, 2022. Every few years, Russians kill civilians. Only Russian assets preach about Russian peace-lovingness. Zen says, Colin Powell was asked several times to run for president, and he always turned it down. That's the person that you want to be president. The one who's like, no, I don't want that. I don't want to do that. Like Jon Snow in Game of Thrones. The guy who doesn't want it is the one that you want to give it to. Because that's probably the best person for the job. I'm not preaching about Russia being peace loving at all. I totally, just like I said, they're like the fucking Klingons. They're fucking brutal. They're aggressive. They're angry. They're, you know, I totally agree with that. Zen says Keanu Reeves for president. He's Canadian. Well, he can't be president then, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Now, Ansel, I truly hope that you don't, because we have a difference in opinion here about this, and about a lot of things, I'm sure. And I am totally willing to accept your friendship. I am totally willing to be like, this is just one of those things that we disagree about. And I'm totally willing to accept that about you as a person. And I hope that you are willing to do the same for me. You know what I'm saying? That I do not view you as less than human because you believe differently than me. I would not actively try to hurt you or to cause you pain or misfortune because you believe differently than me. I would not be like, well, I need to get the fuck away from that person and have nothing to do with them because you believe differently than me. I hope you can feel the same. And that we can still have our shared love of things like this game, whether or not we play it the same way or not. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, because you should be able to have discussions like this. You validate Russian aggressiveness. Putin's decision killed hundreds of thousands of people, including children, 650. However you justify him. Dude, every country that goes to war with another fucking country has justifications for why they do it. And just because the other side sees it as a horrible thing, their side does not see it as a horrible thing. There are two sides to everything that happens in the world. And just as you list all those numbers, I'm sure if I went and looked, I could look up the same amount of numbers and apply it to the Ukrainians. This is how many children that have died because of what they have done. This is how many people that have died because of what they have done. Did you know that they pull retards out of fucking cars and force them into fucking military service? That's not very cool. Anybody do that, it seems like they'd be a bad guy. But that's what the Ukrainians are doing. They're forcing people into military. That's not good. Zen says shared love of Gooner games. Exactly. And Ansel says, I'm on the line next after Ukraine. You mean where you are? Where you live? Ansel says, yes, I live where Russia intends to take over. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, man. I don't like hearing that at all. I really don't.
This is Hound Action to all personnel. Void storm
Ansel
has
says, remember
intensified.
USSR,
Conditions
Russians
are
on
unfavorable.
their TV
Proceed
preach
with
to get it
caution.
back.
Over.
Which is, I mean, I don't mean to make you mad or upset you, and but that's totally within their rights. In the same way that if California tried to secede from the Union, we would go to war with California to try to stop it. You know? And there would be people that would say that California was in the wrong, and there would be people that would say that the federal government was in the wrong. Russia is not USSR aid. I understand. But do you see my point? You know, if a bunch of nations, if a bunch of states in the United States under Trump decided that they no longer wanted to be part of the federal United States, they no longer wanted to be part of the United States of America, and they seceded from the Union and formed their own country, that would not mean that a couple of presidents from now, somebody couldn't come along and be like, yeah, we're going to go take those back. And that would be totally justifiable within the eyes of the country that those states left. Now, the states that left, again, would be totally justifiable in saying that they were evil and trying, you know, and we're killing them and we're destroying them and the whole 9 yards. But that does not take away that country has the right to get their property, to get their nation back as a whole. And I know you're much more closely associated to this than I am, and that's clearly why I would have a different viewpoint of this than you, because you're there and you're seeing it on the ground. And you're more affected by it than I am. But my opinion is that a nation has a right to reclaim what belongs to it. Whether it be Russia, whether it be America, whether it be Mexico, whether it be Britain, whether it be whatever.
Descendant, the transport has dropped a wide range.
Just like Trump right now is saying that he wants to take Greenland.
To purify the void energy.
He's wanting to take Greenland. If we decide and we get Greenland somehow, and then, you know, 100 years from now, some president of Greenland says, hey, or of Scandinavia, or what the fuck ever country owns, Denmark owns Greenland, if they decided, hey, we're going to take this back by force, that would be totally justifiable. That would be totally within their rights to do so. You know? They would be seen as probably as the bad guy by everybody. Everybody would be quoting all the numbers of these people that they killed and these people that they killed. But they would still have a right to be like, these people belong to us, and there are people within there that want to come back. Okay. All right. Goodbye, Ansel. Well, I hate it. I was wrong about you, Ansel says. You may have been. You may have been. I'll let you in on a secret, though. I was not wrong about you. Well, I hate that he's gone. I have no doubt he probably just unsubscribed and the whole 9 yards. And I do hate that he's gone. But, you know, such is life these days. I can understand where he's coming from, but he can't understand where I'm coming from. That's the problem here. You wish my wrong. No point spending time here. All right. Oh, excuse me.
Captain Elliot, deploying arcade. I am the original. Oh my!
Extraction from Operation Zone initiated. Good work, Descendant.
I'll be honest. I knew that was going to happen eventually anyway. I didn't want to see him go. I liked Ansel. I truly did. Even when he was giving me massive amounts of shit, I still liked him. But I knew sooner or later I was going to say something that was going to cause him to unsubscribe and leave. I knew eventually it was going to happen. There had been hints and indications when I would mention something here or there that I was like, eventually this is going to happen. I didn't want it to happen, but at the same time, this is my channel. And you know, I'm not to be an asshole or anything, but this is my channel. And I have a right to voice my opinions about things. You know, that is my right. I don't believe that anything I said is a justification to be considered a bad guy. You know, is Russia doing horrible things? Yes, they absolutely are. Does the Ukraine do horrible things? Yes, they absolutely do. There are two sides to every issue and every story. There are people that believe that Russia is in the wrong. There are people that believe that Ukraine is in the wrong. It's that simple. I totally support the idea of a country being able to take back what once belonged to them. I totally support that. Just as I was saying, if California decided to secede from the Union, I totally support the rest of the country going to war to prevent that from happening. Or if it was allowed to happen, that later on, a few decades from now, some president would come along and be like, we're taking California back. I would totally justify that government for doing that. Regardless of that. And the statistics of how many children were killed is an emotional argument. 650 people have died since 2022. 650 children have died since 2022. If that's all the kids that have died in 4 years of war and blowing up each other's countries, that's pretty fucking good, in my opinion. That's pretty good. Because in every war that you have, there's going to be collateral damage. There's going to be innocent lives lost. So those numbers are useless. They're useless because it should be expected. It's a war. Of course innocent lives are going to be lost. Of course they are. So mentioning them is an invalid argument right off the bat. If you say civilians have died, well, of course, it's a war. Do you think that in a war, only the military on each side are the ones that died? Absolutely not. You're an idiot if you believe that. You're an idiot if you believe that. The biggest number of casualties in a war on either side is most likely going to be the civilians. So mentioning that is a way to defeat any argument against it immediately. Well, 650 kids have died. Well, that's a horrible thing. Absolutely, it's absolutely horrible that 650 kids' lives were taken from them in a war. Absolutely, that's a horrible thing. But do you really expect children to not get killed in war? It's not like when two countries go to war, they clear out like 100 mile radius of any civilians and any innocent lives that might be taken. That's not the way wars happen. It's not like a chessboard where it's cleared of everything but the military. That's not the way it works. So if you're coming at me with an argument that starts off with this many innocent people have died, I'm going to immediately call you on that, because it's like that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Of course kids died. Zen says, hope for the best, expect the worst. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And I'm not going to talk bad about him because he's gone and because I don't agree with him. I mean, he's got valid viewpoints. He's on the ground. He's right there, and he has a different opinion than me. But that's part of the problem, because he's right in the middle of it. He can't see the other side. He can't see why somebody would say that they have a right to do what they're doing. And I totally get that. I totally understand that. That's totally understandable. In the same way that you could be a person who says that there's nothing wrong with that there's no reason to fix our judicial system, our prison system in America, for instance, because one or two people, innocent people, get caught up in it. That's no reason to get rid of the whole thing. And then you turn around and be one of those innocent people. It's hard to be like, well, I still have this opinion that the prison system is good, despite the fact that I have been caught up in it and I'm legitimately innocent. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard when you're in the middle of something to see the other side of it. But when you're a whole country away and you're looking at information from both sides, it's a different story, because my opinion and anybody else's in America's opinion should be based not on emotional response or reaction, and simply on this is their view, this is their view. Now let's look at both of them and see where they have legitimate arguments. And Russia has a legitimate fucking argument for what they're fucking doing, whether or not you agree with it or not. I'm not a Russian propagandist. I'm not a Russian tool. I don't believe that everything that Russia has done is good. I do not believe that everything that their government does is good. I do not believe that Putin is a nice guy. But that does not change the fact that as a sovereign nation, they have a right to reclaim what belongs to them, what they believe was unjustly taken from them. And as an American, I don't care what side is in charge of Russia, because I don't see that distinction, much like somebody would not make the distinction when they were talking about America and what it was doing by who was in charge of it. It would just be America in a general term. And that's the way I apply it to Russia. Much the same, because it's Russia. Russia is doing this in a general sense. Do you understand? I don't know. I wish you well, Ansel. I wish you well, man. And I'm sorry if I disappointed you. But you don't know, and to the rest of you who are still here, you don't know how many times that I've wanted to say stuff, that I've wanted to comment on things, but I had to think to myself, well, that's probably going to piss off Ansel, and I really don't want him to go away. I really don't want him to leave. And I would stifle myself. I would not say it because I was afraid it would offend Ansel. But then, I started realizing like I said, this is my channel. And I should be able to discuss on my channel what I want to discuss. I don't want to lose any of you. You know, I like all of you that show up in chat, and you know, but we're all going to have different political beliefs. We're all going to have different viewpoints about things. We're all going to have different opinions on stuff. And if you can't respect that, you know, if you can't acknowledge that, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. But like I was saying earlier, there's no topic, there's no subject left in the modern world that you can talk about that does not almost immediately get you knee deep in politics. There isn't. There's nothing. Like Serp said, this all started from me talking about He-Man. This all started from me talking about He-Man. A stupid kids show from the fucking 80s that was nothing but a commercial for a toy line of plastic junk. That's how we got onto this. Just talking about He-Man. You know, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. Serp says after this it better be the best movie of the year. Here's hoping. I'm actually considering going to the theater and seeing it. That's how interested I am in it, and that's saying a lot coming from me. That's saying a lot.
What do you get?
So I think the last movie I saw in the theaters was Serp says I'll wait till you've seen it. Wait to hear my report. I think the last, which one came out first? It was either the last movie I saw in the theaters was either the Ghostbusters, not the bullshit 2016, but the one that came out after it, the actual sequel. Afterlife? Yeah, Afterlife. Wasn't that what it was? Ghostbusters Afterlife or Spider-Man No Way Home? I don't know which one of those came out last, but it was one of those two was the last movie that I saw in the theater. I just don't watch movies anymore because they're not good anymore. They're every one of them is trying to pound a fucking message, and somehow kind of work in a story. They start out with, what message are we trying to push with this movie? Okay, now let's try to work out a story around it. And I'm not interested in being propagandized or brainwashed. Just tell me a story. Don't preach to me. Just tell me a story. That's all I want. Just tell me a story. Don't put real world shit into it, because I live in the real world. I live in the fucking real world. I don't need real world shit in it. I'm watching a movie, I'm reading a book, I'm playing a video game, I'm watching a TV show to escape my fucking reality. Don't force feed it into the shit that is supposed to take my mind off of it. That is the whole purpose for entertainment, is to take your mind off real world bullshit, not to enforce real world bullshit. Zen says, why do you think television shows used to be called programming? Exactly. Exactly. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. And the problem is that now that people have truly woken up to that fact, they've doubled down. Now they go at you even harder because they know you're aware of it now. Which, and you would think, because, you know, if they were like, oh, these people know what we're doing now, that they would back off. But that's oddly, that's not the way they've reacted. They've reacted instead to double down. And in large part, that's why they're losing the battle. Because now they straight up are doing George Orwell shit. They're straight up telling you, don't believe your lying eyes. Listen to what we're saying. And it's like, yeah, but I've got about 20 different views from people's cell phones of this incident, and it didn't go down the way you said that it's going down. I've seen more angles of this than most of the people who were on the scene of it, and none of it occurred the way you're telling me it occurred. And yet you're telling me that you know better. And there's a whole lot of people that are aware of that right now. And what you're seeing is essentially the death throes of mainstream media. They're going out kicking and screaming. Because they know that their jobs have been taken by actual journalists, people out there who actually care about what they're doing, and start a YouTube channel and start doing it. That's more real journalism than 100 fucking Anderson Coopers or Wolf Blitzers or Caitlin Collinses. Just your man on the street who decides I'm gonna talk about something. That's real journalism right there. And they don't want you to trust those people, and they'll try to paint them in a bad light when it's like, look, the reason that I trust these YouTubers who cover political stuff. Oh yeah, Don Lemon, yeah, Don Lemon's gonna have fun in prison, and the prisoners are gonna have fun with him. But the reason that I trust YouTubers that cover politics and current events and essentially news more than I trust the mainstream media is because those YouTubers, their success is 100% reliant upon them being honest. The minute that they lie and people know that they've lied, their career on YouTube is over. They'll never achieve anything after that. You cannot say the same for mainstream media. Fucking how many times has CNN lied to the American people about every fucking thing, and they still have jobs? It hasn't affected them at all. That's why I trust YouTubers more than I trust the mainstream media. Because there's actual consequences for a YouTuber when they lie, and there's not for mainstream media. Yeah, well, when you're government funded, it's easy to live on, Serp. Serp says the BBC still lives on. When you're taxpayer funded, it's hard to get it to shut down. I think I want to go with I think I want to go with this one. Where'd it go? No. Where'd it go? I think I want to go with this one. We'll give it a shot.
What do you get when you mix?
Hush, Valby. You're just so loud. Okay, are you at 40? You are. Let's do that real quick. I think that's that's now 2 regular viewers that I've lost. Lost Ansel for political reasons, and I lost Rick because I listened to Ansel on how to build my Luna. That was crazy. The last thing that Rick said to me was, so the only way you'll take somebody's advice is if they have a YouTube channel. That was the last thing that Rick said to me, and then he disappeared. Lost Zen says lost Zen speed because not enough ass in playthrough. Is that enough ass, Ansel? Or is that enough ass, Zen? Serp says if you build fire rate and rounds per mag in Peacemaker, that will transfer to Valby's 4th skill. Well, okay.
Humanity is very weak.
I haven't done any work on her shit at all yet. So there's a lot to do for her. But yeah, I tried to figure out for the longest time why Rick wasn't coming around anymore. And then I thought to our last conversation and thought about that and was like, did he really stop coming around here because I took somebody else's advice on how to build a character? Is that really why he stopped? And I think it was. I legitimately think it was. And that his advice on a lot of shit in this game. But because I didn't build my Luna, I was like, okay, whatever. Serp says your mutant cells relies on her 4th, so you might as well buff it some more. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what the 4th one is for her. Oh, that's the gun. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to amp that up bad. I will have to amp that up. I can't believe I've been going through these private and not having any problem at all. That's crazy. Serp says Valby is really good. Apparently. Not all descendants are equal. Not all descendants are equal. That's what I've been saying the last couple of days about Glay and the rebalance that they're supposed to do for her is that she is just not potent enough. There needs to be, if she is nothing but gun based and all her powers are gun based, then when there's a gun in her hand, it should be off the charts, and it's just not. I mean, if the best that you can do is say she's got unlimited ammo, that's not enough. That's not enough. Glay using a gun should be equivalent to somebody else using their skill. Serp says you have also been non-stop ranting and just breezing through. Yeah, I've barely been paying attention to what the fuck I'm doing on screen.
Specialized Vulgus aircraft has stopped to resupply. It's defenseless. Shoot it down.
You know, sometimes I just have a lot to say. You know? And that's pretty much the whole purpose of a YouTube channel is to say things that you have to say. And I'm not the type of person, you know, because I know. Serp says Glay with a fully built restored relic is more than capable of taking out. Hold on. Is more than capable of taking out most things. And I totally understand that.
I see a gap,
but it shouldn't just be reliant on one gun. In my opinion, any gun that you give to Glay should be at that level because that's her power. Her power is gun based. So any like the Peacemaker that I have right now, this barely built for Valby, if I put that in Glay's hands, it should be, you know, 5 times stronger, just because Glay's holding it as opposed to Valby, because that's her power. Her power is all gun. So what you're saying is that she has to use a specific weapon, but what I'm saying is that it shouldn't matter what weapon she has. You know what I mean? Because that's her entire power base.
Mission complete. All units proceed to transport location. Great work out there.
Because that's almost like you're putting the majority of her power on how you build a gun, as opposed to how you build her. You know what I mean?
What do you get when you...
It's not funny, Valby. Serp says, yes, Glay relies on the built weapon. And that's my problem with her, is that she shouldn't be. Like putting, like, for instance, she's got 38,000 holding this gun for her firearm attack. This same gun in Glay's hands should put her up to like 58,000. You know what I'm saying? It should be like almost twice as powerful just because Glay's got it. You know, that's my argument. I know the weapons do have an effect on their skills, and I totally understand that, but it shouldn't be reliant on the weapon. You know, that's all I'm saying. So I'm hoping that they kind of lean in that direction with her rebalance. All right, we're almost there with her. We're almost with a full arcade with her. Dooby dooby doo.
This is Hound Actual, reporting extreme
Oh,
concentrations of void energy within the operation zone. All units, please proceed at your own discretion, but do not exceed your limits.
Large-scale Vulgus transfer confirmed. Descendants, stop the enemy troop deployment.
Let's see. SERP says, I think they might do the thing they do where they combine her red mods into one so you benefit from skills and firearms. Oh, that'd be cool. She just needs something. She just needs something.
Captain Elias, deploying arcade. I am the original.
Extraction from Operation Zone initiated. Good work, Descendants.
Almost. One more should do it. One more should do it. And then I just got to get Haley's. Then we'll focus on Haley's arcade tuning. And once we get that done, hopefully I'll have built back a stockpile backup of the crystallization catalysts, and I
This
can
is
get
HQ.
those last
Troops are on the ground.
five girls
Transport is en route to standby position.
fully ranked up
Best of
and
luck.
their arcade triggers done. That's my goal at the moment. Focusing on the arcade tuning, then I focus on the arcade trigger, and then we focus on weapons. There is method to my madness, I promise. But I've absolutely prioritized getting the characters built first. Except for a couple of cases, you know what I'm saying? Where, you know, a couple of people like, you know, like Blair and Viessa. They, you know, Viessa has always taken priority over everybody else, and then Blair kind of did the same thing. Because I'm just absolutely in love with that fucking look that I gave him.
Drop complete. Begin the void energy purification operation.
Absolutely fucking love it.
Descendant, prime the detonator with your arcade. Then activate the remote detonation device. Extraction from operation zone initiated. Good work, Descendant.
Oh, so close. Okay. One more. Hopefully, one more. We can get it done. Serp says, have you seen Blair's head skin in the shop? Which one? Which head skin are you talking about? Hey, Bo. Good morning to you, sir. How's things going for you today?
confirm arrival of the operation zone. Proceed with caution.
Bo says good morning to you.
A specialized Vulgus aircraft has appeared over the operation zone. Blasted out of the sky.
Ah, the one with the cowboy hat. Yeah, I did see that one. Cowboy hats aren't really my aesthetic. Hoods with skull masks. That's more my aesthetic.
Tactical transport en route to the Descendant's position. Close air support available. Danger close. I repeat, danger close.
I did get the head skin that has longer hair. I did get that one. For his casual attire look. I think I've showed it before, but you may not have seen it. Good morning, Nabby. I haven't seen your name before. You must be new to the channel.
Mission complete.
Pleasure to have you here.
Transport support.
Hope all is warm and well in your world today. Let's see. This is I'm not sure if I'd showed you or not. That's not what I meant to do at all. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Blair? There he is. This one. His regular attire. Like casual. Off duty. Or before he died and came back as a wraith. Whichever way you want to look at it. Bo says, I've never seen someone as tactful and calm as you. I don't know if it's a compliment or an insult. Well, I don't know exactly what you're referring to. But I'll take it as a compliment. I have tried to purge myself of emotions in my 50 years of, well, almost a few days away from 51 years of life. Emotions just get in the way. Emotions are nothing but problems. They're not, they don't help you get shit done. The only emotion that helps you get shit done is anger. Bo says it's scarily cold. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I look at things logically. I try not to ever let my emotions get in the way of shit, which is hard sometimes, which is really hard sometimes. But when you let your emotions dictate what you do and how you act, Oh my God. Bo says, that's what I mean. Take it easy on the B. Are you talking about Ansel? Yeah. I don't, we just had a disagreement there. Oh, you're talking about Albion. Okay. So, oh my God, you're so fucking close. Why are you not done yet? My God. All right. You mean Albion. Okay. Bo says, by the way, how old are you? I'll turn 51 a few minutes after midnight on Tuesday. I was born not long after midnight. I was born at night, and I have lived it at night for my 51 years of life. I hate daylight. I hate the sun. All the sun does is slowly cook you throughout the course of your life. The sun is not your friend. Bo says, oh, I respect you, man. I appreciate that. Oh, shit, no. No. Don't, no. Bo says, I'm sorry if I said anything inappropriate. No, not at all, dude. Not at all. That's not really an issue you have to worry about here on my channel. And if anybody ever sees anything get restricted, or if your comments are ever erased or anything like that, know that it is not me that has done it. I have thicker skin than that. Because that happens sometimes, sometimes even I try to comment on videos of YouTubers that I follow, and for some reason it won't go in, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's most likely 100% YouTube is deciding that you can't say that or you can't post that. So if you ever have any problems with that, just know that I did not do it. Bo says, thank you so much, really. I'm a believer in free speech, not just speech that I agree with. I think part of the problem with the world today is that we're not allowed to have discussions. We're not allowed to say things that might be inappropriate, as you said. Because you can't progress. You can't discuss things. You can't discuss better ways to fix things if you're not allowed to broach on avenues that some people find, to use the word again, inappropriate. Because so often the fear of being inappropriate keeps you from actually addressing or even acknowledging what the initial problem is. Bo says, "Can I ask questions that I'm not allowed to ask?" I'm cool with it. What is my religion? I consider myself a Christian, but I'm not practicing because I love God, but I'm not a fan of His people. His people tend to be very opinionated. They tend to be very weak-willed. They tend to forget certain aspects of the Bible and focus more on the lovey-dovey, cuddly teddy bear version of God, when in fact God is an angry, jealous God, and He says that many times. I am a jealous and vengeful God. But modern-day Christianity does not want to focus on things like repercussions and punishment for your sin. They want to pretend like everything's all fine and great and roll over and roll over when they're attacked, as opposed to fighting back, because that's the Christian way. No, it's not. No, it's not. Bo says, "True, and how is God?" I mean, you mean how do I view Him to be? That's pretty much how I view Him to be. God does love us, but God also set down very clear rules on how He wants you to live. And if you do not follow those very simple rules, there is no other way to get into heaven. You know what I'm saying? And that seems a lot of ways modern day Christianity teaches you that if you're just a good person, you'll go to heaven. And that's not the case. That's not the case. He said long ago, he said, "Here's these 10 rules. These are how I want you to live your life." 10 simple rules that when you look at those simple rules, you're like, yeah, these are pretty reasonable. These aren't really, that hard to say. And if you don't follow those 10 rules, you're not going to heaven. You're going to burn in hell. You could have been a Mother Teresa. You could have been the sweetest person on the fucking planet. But if you didn't follow those simple little rules, if you didn't do that one simple thing of accepting Jesus into your heart, you're going to go to hell. So there are going to be a lot of people burning in hell that are going to be so fucking surprised, because largely modern day Christianity has led them down a false road of, oh, just be a good person. Just be a good person and you'll be fine. Bo says, "If there is someone who is not of the same religion as you, is it okay to befriend him or talk to him or not?" It's absolutely okay to. Absolutely. It's absolutely okay to. Because your responsibility as a Christian is to give your testimony to other people. You cannot make those people choose to listen or to follow what you believe. All you can do is say, this is my experience, this is what it did to me, this is what it means to me. And if you choose to accept that, anytime you choose to accept that, I am here for you and I will help you through it. That is the way you're supposed to be with Christianity. What do you say about Islam? I say the same thing about Islam. Islam's a touchy subject. Islam's a touchy subject because if you're honest about Islam, you know what. Now, I'm not. There are moderate Muslims. There are moderate Muslims. There are Muslims who do not practice those more. Let's say extreme tenets of the Muslim religion. You know what I'm saying? But then also you have to say where I was just discussing that my own religion does not fully embrace some of the things that are clear rules of Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Then some could argue also that the moderate Muslims are not embracing the full scope of the Muslim religion. So as far as being friends with them, I don't have a problem with it. As long as you don't make an issue of it, it's fine, because you should be able to do that. You should be able, and you're supposed to be able to, because again, with the Christian religion, you're supposed to give your testimony to someone. You're supposed to say, this is what I believe, and this is why I believe it, and why it matters to me. And if you ever choose to delve into it further, if you ever want my opinion, then I'm here for you. And until then, I'm going to accept you as who you are. And as long as you're not offensive to me, we can be friends. As long as you have the same mutual respect as I do. Because there was a time about 20 fucking years ago when you could do that. As with religion, with politics, you could do that. You could be friends with people who were on the other side, who believed completely opposite of you. And it didn't matter, because you had so many other things that you had in common. Bo says, in all religions, no one is following the rules exactly, but they are trying to be reasonable. Exactly. I mean, that's all you can be. That's all you can be. You know. What is that person doing? Why is she trying to get on top of that? Okay, now they've got it. Now they got to focus on their next step. Nope, that wasn't the right one. Now I'm fascinated by this. And the funny thing is that this person doesn't know that what they're doing right now is getting blasted all over YouTube. That's the funny thing. They're doing all of this, and it's going to be forever remembered on my video on YouTube. Bo says, absolutely true. And we say perfection belongs to God alone, meaning that people cannot be perfect. There must be imperfection in them. We are human. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's just, in my country in particular, there's one particular... Serp says, I jump up there too. There's somebody sitting up... Oh, I just noticed. Tony B. Dog sitting up there casually, completely ignoring the person who was desperately trying to get up there with him. But yeah, there's, in my country, and in everybody's country, and I'll just say it outright, the left wing does not believe that. The modern day progressive believes that every person is perfect just the way they are, which is completely antithetical to every religion and every belief. Oh no, Bo, don't apologize, dude. Don't apologize. I'm sorry asking questions. It's just we have conversations. No, totally. Don't apologize, dude. Essentially you can consider my chat an AMA all the time. Just consider my chat, ask me anything all the time. I don't, the worst thing you're going to get is maybe I'll give you a short answer because I'm not comfortable with it. If I'm not comfortable with something, I'll let you know, but there is highly, highly unlikely. The only thing that I would ever worry about is something getting me in trouble with YouTube. That's the only thing that I would ever be concerned about somebody putting in my chat is something that like maliciously is trying to get me in trouble with YouTube. But apart from that, if we're just having conversations, we're just having conversations. We're grown-ups, we're all adults, you know what I'm saying? So don't even sweat that, dude. Bo says, you are older than us and know a lot, so we will take advice from you and benefit. Oh, Jesus, man, don't put that pressure on me. Bo says, I like you, man. I like you too, dude. You're a cool dude. Serp says, and I don't offend particularly easily, so don't worry about me in the background. Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to become like a trademark of the people who come around this channel. Is you're gonna have to have some thick skin. You might get offended every once in a while by something somebody says, but don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. You know, that's everybody takes everything so goddamn personally anymore. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, just goddamn. Everybody has different beliefs. Everybody has different opinions. Everybody has different dreams and thoughts. And if you can't share those with each other because you're so goddamn worried about offending somebody, it's like, what kind of society can you have? How do you communicate? How do you progress? How do you move forward when you can't talk? Because eventually everything you say is going to offend somebody in some way. And if you just keep going, then nobody's going to be able to talk. And that's not good for society. That's not good for people. You know? I don't know. I'm just, I grew up in a time that was very different than the time right now, and you hear people say that when you're a kid. You hear older people say that things were different when I was a kid, and you never realize just how vastly things can change in 20 years. You know, it's almost, if you went back 20 years from now, back to 2006, it was a completely different fucking world. A completely different fucking world. And that's not an exaggeration. The things that we're actually having heated debates over right now, 20 years ago, people would have thought you were insane for even suggesting that there was, is like, what? Men can have babies? What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you retarded? Is that what's wrong with you? Are you retarded? But nowadays, that's something that if you don't agree with, could get you canceled. You know what I'm saying? It's like all kinds of things like that. 20 years ago, people, flat Earth, flat fucking Earth. To get back on that subject, 20 years ago, people called you a goddamn lunatic for even suggesting that the Earth was flat. And nowadays, you have idiot fucking basketball players on airplanes going, yeah, I don't see the curvature. It's like, oh, you're a fucking moron. So that's one thing. Don't come to my channel talking your flat Earth bullshit. Anybody out there, don't challenge me on flat Earth, because I will absolutely destroy you. That's one of those subjects that you just got to go scorched earth on. You just got to nip that shit in the bud and be like, no, we're not even having this discussion, dude. We're not even fucking talking about this, because you're an idiot. I have watched so many videos about flat Earth, so many fucking videos, and everything they fucking say is just like, oh my god, you are so fucking stupid. That was one of the worst things that America ever did. Was closing down the insane asylums. We never should have done that. There's too many of those wackadoos fucking running loose now. Too many of them. Too many of them. Okay, what are we gonna do now? Let's go. I'm not done yet, but we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and do one of these just for shits and giggles. Be the only one. Looks like it's just me and you, Midnight. I hope you brought your gun. Oh, Fudge Pack. Well, all my hopes are relying on Fudge Pack. I don't know how well I'm gonna fare. Fudge Pack. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, that's a hilarious name. That is one of the things that I love. Like when you see like news reports about people and somebody on the internet did this or that and they have to use their usernames. just imagine a fucking news report talking about somebody who uncovered some illicit scandal and this or that, and their name is Fudge Pack 11, and the newscasters have to say that with a straight fucking face. It is absolutely fucking hilarious. Like that one dude who was in Doge and his name was Big Balls, and and they all had to say Big Balls with a straight fucking face because that was his username. It's just, oh my god, that kind of shit cracks me the fuck up. And today, YouTuber Fudge Pack 11 uncovered, it's just absolutely fucking hilarious. Bo says, let's play together, man. That's cool. Let me get through this. Any idea what you want to do? What you want to farm for? Because I'm at about the point to where I don't really know what to do anymore, other than going for like, you know, basic like crystallization catalyst shit and fucking energy activator shit. Because I've just about got all the characters, and I've pretty much got all the guns. Bo says, what? Anything is fine, and me too, LOL. Serp, you want to get in on this too? You around? We can go tear up some, please try Ajax. I don't have Ajax built to do anything at the moment. He's very weak. I played him, you know, for a little bit yesterday when I was leveling him up to 40. He's just not my play style, man. Serp says just waiting on Wildcrosser. Bo says, who weak? I'm the only weak. LOL. I doubt that. All right. Bo says, I got you. I'll give the best build. I'm just not. I appreciate that, but I pretty much only researched and unlocked the guys to increase my mastery level. No, Ajax is not my type. I didn't think Blair would be, but it was just a convergence of a lot of things with Blair that I was like, okay, yeah, I like him. Oh shit! It's alright, guys. Right in the nuts. felt like I was doing some pretty decent damage there. It felt like to me anyway. I was seeing pretty averagely 600,000 to 800,000, and my force skill was getting a few million. I feel like I was doing all right. I feel like I was. Oh shit. I always forget that you can do that. It's too late now, isn't it? Because I left. Shit. I always forget you can do that. Yeah. Serp says too late. I always forget you can do that. Alright, let's go back to Albion. Oh, my nose is so dry. See, there's quite a few people watching today. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate that. I can't lie. All right. So I'm here. I'll just put my screen name up, and you can add me, Bo. Can you see it? Oh, excuse me. See, Rick's playing right now. He has pretty much just stopped coming around. And I swear to God, it's because I took Ansel's advice on how to build Luna instead of his. I swear to God, I think that's what it was. Because I can't think of anything else that I had said or done that would offend him. I mean, I've said before, and I told him before that thing is the builds were probably very similar. I wouldn't doubt that a bit. I wouldn't doubt that a bit. But I've said before that I appreciate every one of you who's willing to give me advice on how to build these people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to listen to you. You know, some of these characters I'm going to build how I want. Some of them I'm more attached to and more willing to accept the fact that they're not going to be the most powerful versions of those characters, but they're going to be the way I want them. And, you know, Bo says sorry then. Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. I mean, not at all. I don't, you know, I totally understand that you guys are just trying to give me, you know, just trying to make my characters better. It's just sometimes some people are a little more forceful with how they think I should play the game, you know? I mean, as opposed to somebody being like, hey, if you do this or this, it'll make this more powerful. It's like, oh, cool. But as opposed to, but when somebody comes on and there's like, why won't you build it like this? Why won't you do it like this? Why won't you do it like this? It's like, hey, because I don't fucking want to. That's why. But I'm totally willing to listen to your advice. And on some characters, I straight up seek it. I didn't know how to play Luna, so I was like, "Hey, what can I do here, guys?" And I didn't know how to play Sharon, so I was like, "Hey, what can I do here, guys?" Bo says, "My friend just come on, and I'm going to help him." That's cool, dude. That's cool. We'll just do it some other time. That's fine. I'm here every morning, so it's no big deal. Oh, did you? Oh shit! There it is. There it is. There you go. Bo says, "Thank you so much." No problem, man. No problem at all. Like I said, I'm here every morning. Anytime you wanna run together, I'll probably be up for it. Now, if you see me offline, if you see me when I'm not streaming, don't take offense if I don't answer, if I don't answer you, because a lot of times when I'm not streaming, sometimes I'm just standing the fuck around as I'm doing stuff in real life, as I'm going to the bathroom, or I'm studying fucking modules or shit like that. So don't take offense if when I'm not streaming, I'm not as communicative. Cause a lot of times when I'm off stream, I'm way more focused than I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing, this is what I need to do, and I don't want somebody to have to be, waiting on me to figure out what I'm doing next, you know, because I don't know. I don't know. It's very much like it's Serp says, "Do not disturb goon time." There you go. There you go. That's a good enough way to put it. Bo says, "No one can judge you. This is your life, man. No problem." Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think some people forget that. Some people do forget that I'm not just somebody, that they've run into on the game, and is just that I'm kind of doing this as a quote unquote attempt to be a career. So, sometimes when I'm off stream, it's like I'm doing homework. I'm just doing stuff to prepare for the next stream. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just about social or playing the game for the fun of it. Serp says, "You think Blair can take on breach tracking?" Not by myself. I tried. No. I got a good ways into it and then just got my ass stomped. Yeah, he was the one that I tried with, and yeah, it was a no go. Serp says I see Freynas in there a lot. I don't doubt that. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Freyna is just Freyna's just an all around good person to take on anything because she's so devastating and she stays so far away from direct conflict. You know what I'm saying? Is you can throw those things so fucking far that people don't ever really have a chance to cause her any damage. See how many fan tokens I have. I think I should be close to 1,000. Oh, I am. Oh, I bet. So do I not have? Oh no, I need just a few more because I had a little bit. Okay. Do. Anything in the research? No, research is still good. God, he just looks so fucking cool. So fucking cool. This is the type of character design that I would want every character I play in every game I play to look like. I'm very much despite the fact that Superman is my favorite comic book character, my real life mentality is far closer to Batman, and you know, I need something that's going to strike fear in the hearts of the weak-minded, and that is something that this would absolutely do. If you saw this coming towards you, if you were like, say, a mugger in an alleyway, and you saw this dude coming towards you, you would shit yourself. You would absolutely shit yourself. Especially if you had heard stories about the dude with the red skull face who was fucking up criminals in your city. You would absolutely shit yourself dead if you saw this coming towards you in a dark alley after you had just mugged some little old lady. So if I were to have Superman's powers, I would operate much more the way Batman does than the way Superman does. I would not be a goody two shoes. I would be a Homelander type. Not aside from the extreme fucking fetish of drinking breast milk. Homelander, Serp says, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, I loved the first 2 seasons of The Boys was absolutely phenomenal. And then they started getting too far away from the comic book. And then by the 4th season, it was yet another year of the dude who created it telling me how bad he hated me because of who I voted for. And finally, I was just like, okay, dude, if you don't want me to watch your shit, fine. I'm not going to watch your shit anymore. Are you happy now? But Anthony Starr is such a fucking phenomenal fucking actor. He is so fucking amazing. He's a lot like David Tennant in the fact that you can see they can keep their face completely expressionless, and you can see the emotion change in their eyes. You can fucking feel it. That's how good they are. Both of those men are probably the 2 greatest actors alive today. Is David Tennant and Anthony Starr. They are beyond amazing. I think that's the whole reason that The Boys was so successful, is because of Anthony Starr's portrayal as Homelander. He's just good. He's just fucking good. I wonder what this hottie behind me wants. We'll just get a good view of some side boob here. Am I waiting for you, Serp? Are we doing something? I know Bo said he's something came up, but I wasn't sure if you still wanted to do something. I mean, it's totally cool if you don't. What do I need to do? I mean, anything really? I could use more cores, so we could go through the surge if you wanted to. What else is that? What is that thing on? I've never done any of these, the Forbidden Sanctuary, but I feel like you wouldn't be carrying me, you'd be dragging me through these. Serp says, yeah, I'll join for either. All right. I will send you invite then. Is it over here? It's over here, isn't it? No, it's not over here. It's over here. Let's do this. Because I could use... some of them. What requirements do I not meet? Oh, okay. All right, one sec. Okay. Yeah, these are pretty much the things that I'm most in need of at the moment is cores. I got a shitload of guns to core up. Lot of yellows I need. You know, not yellow of the cores, but yellow of the stats. You know what I mean.
Target confirmed.
I wasn't sure if you knew where to go there. Damn! That's a pretty potent Haley you've got there. And I can survive this, just not within the time limit. That's my problem with these. Is I can survive it, I just can't do it within the time frame. this is the area right here where I tend to get held up the most.
Shields are down.
You'll be fine, Blair. You'll be fine.
Selecting objective.
Total damage 90 million. That's not bad for the few things that I got to attack. Not saying anything at all, but that's not bad. That's not bad. Ready for the next stage? Oh, I know. Yours was probably 900 million. Bo says billions. LOL. Three to one, so you did 270 million? Oh, I thought you meant 3 to 1. 3.1 billion. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Serb says you better get a head start editing for me to load in.
Setting objective. Setting objective.
shields are down.
Ooh, 200 million that time. Ready for the next one? Are you ready? I wouldn't go so fast if it wasn't time. Yes. Oh, that's cool, dude. That's cool. I know. Like I said, that's my whole problem with these. I can make it through it, you know. I mean, it's a battle and it's fun and I don't mind doing it, but I can't beat them in the time limit. Oh shit. Fuck, I was busy taking a screenshot. I didn't realize they were already here. I like the lighting of that light under me. The way it made my face glow. Seems to have a lot more people than the other ones. God damn, is this level the whole Vulgus army? Whoa, shit. That's one thing that I just suddenly found dangerous about Blair's Plains. Is it's very easy to walk off the edge while you're fucking blowtorching everybody. Because you can't see it. Oh, am I close to the ledge? Oh! Where the fuck are all these motherfuckers coming from? Oh, that sucked.
Selecting objective. Don't give up.
Ah, thanks, Haley.
Fucking shit.
Damn it.
Setting objective.
Sometimes I forget that Blair is not Viessa, and he is not gifted with her 125,000 defense. Damn it.
Setting objective.
What? Why can't I get into the restricted area? Why is that restricted? What? Why is it doing that? Is it because I died? That's weird. Alright, we'll move to the next one.
I'll finish the job no matter what.
Very strange, very strange. Odd glitch.
Setting objective.
Ah, I forgot to look at my damage in the last one. I bet it was a lot. Because there were so fucking many of them. I don't know if you heard that right there. Blair said, "Enjoy your meal," and whatever that Vulgus guy said, it sounded like it said, "I already had a pizza." I don't know if y'all heard that, but I swear to God, that was the exchange that just took place. Blair said, "Enjoy your meal," and the Vulgus said, "I already have a pizza." I swear to God, that's what it said. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Okay. I see Nabby has some laughing emojis. He must have heard him too. Next one. Yep. Here we go. Where am I? What? Oh.
Haley here. I need
Oh shit, search. Oh shit. Fuck. I was wondering, I was like, where'd Surf go? And then I turned around and you were down. I was like, oh fuck. I thought that was the boss.
Don't give up.
Thanks, Haley.
Setting objective. Setting objective.
Hell yeah. That was a pretty awesome haul there. I appreciate it, dude. Let me see how much I did this time. 761 million. Damn. Not too bad. Not too bad. Hopefully these cores will me increase some shit as well. How do you view your cores? Is this the way you view your cores? All right. That was pretty quick. I appreciate it, sir. You're the man, dude. Consumables? No, I mean which ones I have applied that are on me. There's nowhere like the Descendants modules or anything that you can just go to and see what you have equipped. Because I know this is where you go to see these. But I was just wondering if there was a place you could go to see what you have on. Just hover over your equipment. But I mean, like my don't I have cores too, don't I? Oh no. 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 Oh no. No, no. Okay. I'm being dumb. I thought individually he had cores, but it's just the weapons and these things. My bad. Yeah, I got a lot of shit to do for his weapons. These are pretty good. I'd like something better than the item acquisition distance thing, but I have gone through so many of these fucking things, and I cannot find one that will give me anything other. You know what I'm saying? It's like some of these are just they're meant to have certain things in them, and that's it. And no matter what you do or how many you look for, you're not going to get anything else. You know what I'm saying? Bo says don't put shield is weak in this game. Put max HP. It's better. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got in the mail. Serp says, oh yeah, HP cores are much better for survival. Okay. Oh. Let's go buy a new fan box. Please run, Bo says. That's not gonna happen, man. A walk in Albion. That drove Ansel crazy too. I'll send you an invite. Well, what do you want? What do y'all want to do? Are you on? Is that not what you meant that by that? But yeah, that is a thing I do in all. I'm trying to make more copies for the shadow. Oh, the sword? Okay. We can do some of those. I need to make copies of the shadow and the duet. So you good with that, sir? Doing some void vessel? Purple turtle. I'm not seeing you as on, Bo. He says I'm coming. All right. I'm going to switch to my girl. We're going to switch to my girl. The star of the show. The one and only Viessa. A bar I used to drink in my 20s was called the Purple Turtle. Many good memories and bad. All this, of course, the best places will always have good and bad memories. Pretty much I wasn't much of a bar guy. You know, I've said before I'm a smoker, and that was always my thing. And so my social stuff was usually spent at other people's houses. People would be like, "Hey, we're gonna go out to the club," and I'd be like, "That's cool. I'm gonna stay here and get high." But I did have places in my teens. One of my good friends in the circle that I ran with of the hippies and stoners, her and her cousin's parents had bought a pool hall, and that was where all the people in my clique, I guess you could say, that's where we all hung out. God, I've got some memories from that fucking place. Serp says I did it all in my late teens, early 20s. Yeah. Here he comes. What's up? I like your armor. That's pretty cool. I did a similar thing with my Blair. Oh, you were interacting. I was pretty happy with the way this armor turned out. I'll switch back to my girl now. Hold on. All right. Let's go to a spaceship. I know I could do it to my menu, but this is more dramatic. Bo says I need some black color. Yeah. The login event's giving us some of the Eclipse black, and that's a pretty good black. But I'm a big fan of that deep enamel black. I'm a big fan of that. Wait, says Bo. Heard? Oh, your friend's coming. Okay. Serp says I like the matte black. I do too, but in certain lightings, it looks too gray for me. You know? That deep enamel black is black no matter what lighting you're in. And I kind of like the shiny as well. That here. Serp says I'll show you my Blair. Oh, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I like it. I had to mute the red. I just wasn't digging the red. So, and I was happy though that when you use your powers, it still shows through red. It's just very muted. Oh, okay. Let me walk back over to the console. Serp says, yeah, I like it all blacked out too. My vision for my Blair is like that dark alley that I mentioned earlier, him walking down is all you see is just the shape of him and just a floating red mask. That's just so fucking metal. Wait, what's Bo say? In PC you can't walk, LOL. I'm trying to, but I can't. It's not easy to do on a controller either, to be honest with you, but I've been doing it for so long that I can kind of do it pretty easily. Because literally, it's not just this game that I do. It's like any game where I can walk, I usually will walk quite a bit. I didn't mean to do that.
Keeping their attack.
Sometimes it's really hard to tell the green from the blue. I'm right here. What? What? I was right there. What? Man. Dumb game. I think we'll go with this one. Fuck you. Run it again? I'm down to do it a couple more times if y'all are. Yeah, same. All right. Here we go. Here we go. I totally missed with that. That was a horrible, horrible shot. Where am I going? Where's the door? Where's the door? Be still, motherfucker! Come on! You fucking piece of shit. Let me get this shit out of my inventory real quick. Alright. Here we go again. Here we go again. Bo, you're not having any luck either. Sometimes those RNG gods just say, nah, fuck you. Oh wait, nobody else is here. Nabby says, I have ultimate VSB. She's pretty badass. I'm a big fan of Viesa. All you have to do is look back over my thumbnails of this play series and you can see that. Big fan. But I never think about working on her build. Well, I haven't built my Viesa like most people build their Viesa. I built my Viesa to be a gun-toting tank, essentially. Most people build her as a skill-based character, and I did not. Because I didn't know I wasn't supposed to. I just said, hey, I like her. I think I'm going to do this. And then all kinds of people started showing up saying, you did it wrong. I was like, I'm sorry. But I kind of like it. I would imagine that most people probably don't have 125,000 in defense on their VSs. But mine does. Navi says, before I lost my account, she was my go-to. Now Haley is my favorite. Yeah, Haley's alright. I haven't really done anything with my Haley yet. She's sort of at the bottom of my list. Not that there's anything wrong with her or anything. Just I already have an Ox Queen. But you know, I didn't like Luna in the beginning at all. And I ended up kind of loving her. So who knows, once I start playing with her, I might dig her a little more. Boy, for a sword guy, he certainly doesn't like it when you use swords back against him. He just doesn't seem to enjoy that at all. More gold. No sword parts. No sword parts. All right, I think I got one more in me, and then I'm gonna call it if y'all are cool with that. Here we go. Bo says, so much lag, sorry I can't. Oh, you need to, oh, you can't do one more? You can't do one more? Nabby says, as Farina, I'll never understand how to use her. People try to explain it to me like a 2-year-old. Still clueless. Yeah, I like her. It's, she is kind of tricky. I think it helps a lot if you put the right, modules on her. Especially the right Transcendent module. Like from what I've been told about her, she's all about health. So you need high HP and high MP. So you want health and you want to be able to fly as much as possible. Because her abilities are really all about being in the air. And it's tough to remember that sometimes. But the same can be said of any of them any of the characters who don't play, like you would straightforward think that they would. Hold on. Sorry, I was busy trying to kill that one dude that was inconsequential to the mission, but became my sole focus for no real reason. Hold on, Nabby, I'll read that in just a second. Come on. Give me something. Give me something. Oh, fuck. Well, I hope one of y'all got lucky, because I didn't get lucky any of these missions. I got some gold. I got some gold. Because I don't have enough gold. Alright, we're moving back to Albion, everybody. Here we go. Inadvertently, I've gone another almost 6 hours without realizing it. Yeah, I might be able to be on Tuesday for a stupid long time. Serp says the resource boxes are actually really good. Yeah, but it's like that one day. Remember when I said it's like getting socks? It might be good for you. It might be something you need, but it's not really what you want. All right. Think I'm going to call it there, gentlemen. That was a pleasure. It's fun running with you guys. Always fun. Anytime you want to, hit me up. I'm sure after I take care of my dailies and shit like that, I'd be more than happy to run for some of the harder stuff. And thank you to everybody who was here in the chat. I'm sorry about the Bo says I'm really sorry, so sorry lagging. No problem, dude. Don't worry about it, man. It's not your fault. Sorry about the drama earlier, and I apologize. And good game to you as well, sir. You know, good game to you as well, Bo. If you watch this later and you think that, you know, I was in the wrong, I apologize. I mean, you know, there's nothing I can do. My viewpoint is my viewpoint. His viewpoint is his viewpoint. And if if he's not willing to overlook that, then he's not willing to overlook that, and that's his deal. You know, that's his deal, and that's his thing. I don't begrudge him. I don't default him or whatever. You know, that's fine. I hope nothing but the best for Ansel in the future and in his life. I hope nothing bad befalls him, and I mean that honestly. But my views are still my views, so nothing I can do about it. But if any of the rest of you enjoyed anything that you saw here today, perhaps you could see your way clear to leaving me a like, a comment, a share, or a subscribe. Any one of those things is immensely helpful for the channel. You know, helps it grow and flourish, helps push me out into that algorithm so they can spread me in front of everybody for the world to see. And that's just beneficial for all of us, because the more people watch, the more time that I can devote to making better shit for people to watch. See, it's a circle of life. It's a thing. It's a whole thing. And if you should choose to, and this is totally optional and totally up to you, but if you should choose to support the channel in a different way, you will find links to my Patreon and my Ko-fi on the YouTube community page. Again, totally optional, totally up to you. If you think you saw something that was worth a buck or two, that's where to drop it. That's all I'm saying. While you're at all that stuff, check out the rest of the stuff on my channel. I've got over 1,200 videos. I said over 1,200 videos. That's absolutely what I said. Over 1,200 videos. All sorts of stuff to entertain you, take your mind off shit. I have concerts that I've been to, some really good quality footage from a good quality phone. The sound is pretty awesome, and I was pretty close on a couple of them. I've got original music that I write the lyrics to, and I stress that I write the lyrics to because I feel that some people think that that is very important, and it is. It is. So I feel like stressing it. And I give life to my songs through an AI app in the form of a 4-piece all-girl metal band called The Circle. If you like chick metal, chick rock, or just rock and metal in general, I think you might dig it. Bands like In This Moment, New Year's Day, Butcher Babies, Lacuna Coil, Hailstorm, Flyleaf, you know, those kind of things. If you're into that kind of sound, I think if you could put your bias towards AI aside, should you have one, you might like the music. Give it a shot. I do put a lot of effort into it, and I pour my heart into my lyrics. So, you know, take with that what you will. And you can also find the lovely ladies of The Circle every Wednesday night on Wicked Wednesday Night. That is the female division of my original character Simulated Wrestling Federation. Yes, indeed, they are a metal band, and they are professional wrestlers. It's crazy, isn't it? And then every Monday, I have Monday Night Mania. That's the men's division of the original character Simulated Wrestling Federation. And then on Tuesdays, I have a female celebrity federation called the Tuesday Night Download. Both the men's division and the female celebrity federation will have upgrades coming towards the end of the year. In the next 3 months, I should have a DC versus Marvel federation that I'm going to start up. That I'm kind of proud of the way it's working out. All the characters are looking really good. With this one, I didn't create them all from scratch. Mostly like I did. I take outfits that other people put on the community page, and I alter them, I Photoshop them, I edit them, I make them a little bit more my own. With the DC versus Marvel one, pretty much I just took the characters and just kind of cleaned them up a lot, because a lot of people do a lot of good work, but they lose it in some of the details that are really important. So this DC versus Marvel one is pretty much everything on it is I'm taking it from the community page, whereas opposed to with the original characters in my female celebrity federation, I create a lot more of that on my own. So I don't know. I don't know why. I just decided to say that, you know. It's no big, it's not like it was any secret or anything, but I just thought I would say that this one was a little bit different than the others, and the fact that it's not going to have as much original stuff. But they all still look pretty fucking badass. On top of that, I do these daily live streams between about 9 a.m. and 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. ish. Depending on my real world work schedule and if I'm off or not. You know, when I'm off, apparently I tend to go 5 or 6 hours without even realizing I've done it. So there's that. I also do live streams of Fall Guys and Fortnite every Friday, starting at 8 p.m. till 10 or 11 p.m. somewhere around that time. And then occasionally you might see me drop live streams of other games here and there. It just depends. I kind of like doing the live stream thing. I like my videos, and I'm going to get back to making videos. Just give me time. If you've been watching the channel and following the channel for any length of time, you know that my creative endeavors kind of shift and fluctuate back and forth from one thing and the other. The only constant is that I continue putting out the wrestling shows. But aside from that, everything else is kind of flexible, and I hope you can appreciate that and understand that that's just the way my creativity works. And as I mentioned, on top of the live streams, I've got a butt ton of playthroughs of all sorts of games, all sorts of titles, all sorts of genres. I've got horror, action, adventure, racing. I've got roguelite. I've got fucking walking simulator. I've got a library of over 300 games that I keep in constant rotation, new stuff as I finish other ones. So if there's something out there that you might be interested in watching me play, drop it in the comments, and I will check my library and see if I can't work it into the rotation. Apart from that, I'd love to hear from you, and I can promise you I will read and reply to every comment that YouTube notifies me is there. They're not always great about that, so forgive me if one or two does fall through the cracks every once in a while. And I guess, ladies and gentlemen, cats and kittens, boys and girls, thank you for being here. This was an interesting day. It was a roller coaster. It was ups and downs. But largely, I think it was a pretty fun show. Unexpected drama, I guess, always makes for a better content, I suppose. That is what it is. Anyway, that just leaves me to say, ladies and gentlemen, cats and kittens, boys and girls, thank you once again. You guys are the bomb, and you guys are what's helping this channel grow and helping me achieve something that is really important to me. And I can't thank you enough for supporting me. And until next time, later.